What's up, Galaxy? What's up, Poison to your face? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream, bro. Alright. Yeah, that's Nightbot. Nightbot has a mind of its own. Nightbot is nice as long as you are nice. Change my mate's color? What do you mean? I don't know, actually. Thank you for explaining that, Galaxy. I actually got silenced, so I'm taking a break for the next couple of days. I'm not actually watching y'all on Twitch, so other Twitch viewers might be able to see it, but I cannot see it. I'll see your names gray all the time.
Friday, tune a day. Click here or visit suboftheday.com for more details. The 350 Sub of the Day, only at Subway.
The Store More, Save More event is going on now at the Home Depot and is the perfect time to get a handle on clutter. You get an HDX 27-gallon storage tote, a special card, and just $8.97. You'll save $3. Tough, stackable, and they hold up to 750 pounds. Put clutter in its place and keep money in your pocket. The Store More, Save More event is going on now at the Home Depot. More save, more do. February 29th in store and online while supplies last.
Why do we snack? Because we have nothing better to do. Well, people who snack on almonds have something better to do. Almonds are heart healthy and full of energy, with the crunch that keeps you in the game. California almonds, crunch on.
Yeah, Galaxy, I'm restarting a city that I made last night. I was up until 2:30 this afternoon, all fucking night last night, making my first city, and I ended up messing it up because I just bought this game yesterday. This is my Christmas gift to myself, as the title says. So I'm still learning everything, but yeah, I'm ultimately trying to perfect my first city. Ragu, man, she gets on in the middle of the night while I'm asleep. rocks out, pause on the keyboard, just fucking, she games, and, you know, she probably plays Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I'm sure she does. I was wondering why I had that shit installed on my computer. That makes sense.
more event is going on now at the Home Depot, and is the perfect time to get a handle on clutter. Get an HDX 27-gallon storage tote, a special buy at just $8.97. You'll save $3. Tough, stackable, and they hold up to 750 pounds. Put clutter in its place and keep money in your pocket. The Store More, Save More event going on now at the Home Depot. More safe, more doable. Valid from January 29th in store and online while supplies last.
Diagnosed with HIV and not sure where to start? Check out HIVanswers.com. It's got answers to common questions and advice on what to do next. HIVanswers.com.
God damn it, I need to build me a fucking police station. Nice. Good shit, bro. I'm sorry I couldn't help you with that, man. Yeah, like I said, the whole setting up of Nightbot, initially making it a thing, is beyond my technical skills. After it's set up, though, I can help you adjust all your commands and whatnot. I can help you do that. But setting the initial Nightbot up is stupidly hard. How you get a screen for when you're AFK is you make a new scene and you just set it to an image. And you switch to the image. when you go FK. You have to manually change it over. get it figured out, Galaxy? What do you mean you have no PC to do it? You're not on a PC right now? Yeah, if you're streaming from a console, then the only advice I have for you is hit up YouTube, because I'm 100% PC, so I hate to say it like that, but I have no knowledge of how you can go about doing that. That is a complete black hole of information for me. I haven't played console in shit 3 years, 4 years, something like that. I haven't played console since Xbox One came out.
great savings, much more. Yes, while Geico could help you rack up more faster than you can say metamorphosis, they've also been the fastest growing auto insurer for more than 10 years. That's more like it. Furthermore, Geico has fast and friendly claim service. That might seem like an oxymoron, but it's not. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more than Geico. Geico, expect great savings and a whole lot more.
If you don't sit in your lucky seat, your team could lose. So don't leave your lucky seat. But do pick up your phone or computer and order B-dubs to go. Or if you've got a big group, go on for the party menu. That way you can order wings, pick them up, and get back to your lucky seat. And if you do lose while sitting in your lucky seat, you can still feel lucky eating your feelings. Spicy feelings. Keep your superstitions. We do it for you. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Prices and participation vary. See participation location
great savings, and a whole lot more.
You hear that weird sound coming from your engine? Chances are you don't know what it means. But with Home by Verizon, the technology designed to make your car smarter, safer, and more connected, you can. So if something does start sounding funny, you can use vehicle diagnostics to see what's wrong. Or if you have to talk to a mechanic, you can get unbiased advice from our mechanics hotline. Home by Verizon. Put some smarts in your car. Visit home.com to learn more. Many services require GPS service or network availability. Not available in all locations. Compatible vehicle model restrictions and other terms apply. Why do we snack? Because we have nothing better to do. Well, people who snack on almonds have something better to do. Almonds are heart healthy and full of energy. With the crunch that keeps you in the game. California almonds. Crunch on.
sizes, and more ways to get the job done. Because every pair wears out, we back them with an unconditional satisfaction guarantee. Learn more at Dickies.com.
Hi, this is Maureen Moreland Morrison, here to tell you Geico has more. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more and more than Geico. Geico, expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Why do we snack? Because we have nothing better to do? Well, people who snack on almonds have something better. Almonds are heart healthy and full of energy.
Spending money indirectly. What are you doing? What are you buying? Right, right. Right. Uh-oh. Oh, absolutely. That's Deus' fault, though. That's not my fault. You can't blame me. I didn't tell you to push the button or spend money on your credit card to get a wrestling game in Deus' place. I didn't do that. That was Deus.
Save on your next oil change when you purchase 5 quarts of Castrol GTX conventional motor oil and a MicroGuard filter for $23.99. Or for higher mileage vehicles, upgrade to Castrol GTX high mileage and a MicroGuard filter for $24.99. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
Okay, fair enough. I'll accept that.
Like the taste of fresh apples? Looking for something a little different? Try an Angry Orchard hard cider. We use traditional cider apples from a 100-year-old orchard. It takes 2 apples to make each bottle of Angry Orchard. So at the end of the day, relax and raise a glass to something a little unexpected. Angry Orchard, crisp, refreshing, and not too sweet. Now in cans. Angry Orchard
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I accept that one. He's around here somewhere. Yeah, I made this fucking road right here so people would actually derail for using this, but they're not doing it.
Just because your seat has a number doesn't mean you should be treated like one. From courteous cabin crew members who greet you, to authentic gourmet Japanese cuisine and meticulous attention to detail. No matter who you are or where you sit, elevate your senses to new heights of luxury with A&A. Welcome to an experience that is in a class all by itself. Click now to begin your journey to Asia with A&A Experience Class.
Diagnosed with HIV and not sure where to start? Check out HIVAnswers.com. It's got answers to common questions and advice on what to do next. HIVAnswers.com.
I mean, not a knock to anybody who does have HIV, but that's a fucked up random ad to have on Spotify. You know, you're just chilling with your chick, new chick, just met her, rocking out, chilling, y'all are having a good time, and all of a sudden it's like, are you diagnosed with HIV? It's like, what? Hey, that's a fucking mood killer and a half.
because your seat has a number doesn't mean you should be treated like one. From courteous cabin crew members who greet you, to authentic gourmet Japanese cuisine and meticulous attention to detail. No matter who you are or where you sit, elevate your senses to new heights of luxury with A&A. Welcome to an experience that is in a class all by itself. Click now to begin your journey to Asia with A&A Experience Class and playlists curated by superstar DJ and producer Steve Aoki.
Hi, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I'm the new boss of NBC's Celebrity Apprentice. So when I fire people, I need something catchy to say. Something like, Boy George, you've been terminated. Or Carson Kressley, you won't be back. John Lovitz, come at me if you want to live. And on second thought, you're fired. That's the longest Snooki.
The new Celebrity Apprentice with Arnold Schwarzenegger, followed by the
Arnold Braunschweiger.
NBC. Diagnosed with HIV and not sure where to start? Check out HIVanswers.com. It's got answers to common questions and advice on what to do next. HIVanswers.com.
discovered a precise combination of 7 key ingredients of new Synergy gasoline that helps you get better gas mileage. These science folks sure know how to party. Sorry, new Synergy gasoline from Exxon and Mobil. Energy lives here.
Yeah, I'm watching it, Jew. I'm watching it. Yo, Jumanji, man, how do I get more people inflowing into the town? Because right now it seems to be steady at 91. I mean, I got it paused, but... Yeah, sorry about that. How do I get more people inflowing into the town? Yeah, I'm about to. Right on. Yeah, it took me forever to fucking fix this traffic problem over here, and now it's back. Can I adjust it? Can I adjust it to where I have 3 lanes that are turning left instead of just 2? And then make this lane and this lane going forward? Like, can I adjust the lanes, or is that not possible? Come on. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the game down good enough yet, so I'm not going to fuck with mods, but I will look into those as soon as I get it down. Right. Yeah, like I said, I want to get the mechanics of the game down, all the hotkeys and shit, and, you know, just how everything works before I start fucking around with mods. So I need I got everything's flowing nice. I don't have the people. Like, I don't have people coming in, so. Nice. Sports teams and strip clubs. Heyo. Yeah, I figured that, but I don't have any demand for jobs. This old garbage truck alley right here. There is industry demand, you're right. Thank you. Oh, I need a university. There we go, thank you. Yeah, man, they've done a good job on this game, period. This game's fucking awesome. Like, I never really got, like, aggressive into SimCity, but this game's fucking badass, man. Like, no questions asked. It's fucking awesome. They did it really well. Sim shitty. Use incinerators. What's up, Dace? Welcome to the show, bro. Oh, okay, so it's a fucking plant. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, that's my Twitter bird, man. He lets me know how my peeps are doing. You know, if everybody's on the hap, you know what I'm saying? It's gotta be hips and dips, bro. If it ain't sexy, we ain't eating. You know what I'm saying? Check it out, Krieger, or Dace. Bam. Recreational use. Allowing recreational use of controlled substances attracts more tourists, but also requires more police presence in the area. Slightly increased tax income, moderately increased tourism, slightly reduced crime rate, increases police budget by 15%. Jesus. Somebody just hosted me and I fucking appreciate it. What's up, Deuce? How you doing, bro? Okay, so I'm thinking I should make this whole stretch right here one-way traffic. But I don't know if that would work. Right. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine that I'll overzone, but I'm good. I came just down to it, so we're fine. Right on, man. I'll be here. Oh, yes. Played a video game. Yeah, Americans really don't celebrate Boxing Day. Not many Americans even know about Boxing Day, to be honest. Oh, you're good. I got you, bro. Just give me a second. Jesus. there's a demand for industrial, but all these fucking industrial buildings are going abandoned. Like, what the hell? Do you fucking need them or don't you? Oh, nothing. I'm just trying to route this traffic. I don't really know how. Huh. All right, go ahead. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I'm trying to get one 6-lane road that both of them go into, but it's not allowing me to do that. Is there any way I can get rid of the intersection? Because the intersection's what's stopping traffic. How do I do that? How do I make ramp roads? Because this one's not a ramp at all. Oh, okay. So what, make this one right here? Turn the two small 6-lane roads into ramp roads. So both of these? Right on. I got it. Thank you. This one right here? Or this one? First one or second one? Now it's only one way. Yeah, now it's only one way. I would have to make 2 roads. Appreciate the help, man. Absolutely. Hey, like I said, if you haven't hit that follow button yet, man, hit that little follow button under the video, and it'll tell you whenever I go on stream. It'll send you an email or whatever. I appreciate you being here, and thanks for the help, dude. Oh, right on. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you joining the ruckus, bro. Thanks for all your help, man. I'll see you next time. What's okay, man? How you doing, bro? Right on, right on. Glad to hear it, man. Is it a slow night? How so? not dispatching the goddamn fire department. So what? I want to put the plaza near factories. It's saying that I need a zone more commercial to create demand for goods, but there's no demand for commercial. So if there's no demand for commercial, then why am my buildings going abandoned? That's fine. Not a problem. Oh shit, you tried to bust another link? My bad. My bad. Yeah, and I blocked me an asshole. Yes, bear with me for a second. I'll relink it. What you doing, little bird? I know it. What do you want, huh? What? What is it? That's nice. Was that yours? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so how do I use these? I mean, do I have to have a truck that's going to them? I mean, it looks like there's a lane right there, but like, I mean, what do I do? Oh, okay. I see it. Why can't I upgrade it? Oh shit, I already set it as a one-way. Be right back. Not seeing one. So should I build some cruise ship. I don't get it. Why am I leaving so many people? Or why am I losing so many people? no shit, dude. Like, what you up to, Deus? What you got going on, bruh?
Morning, small time. Mommy,
Small time. See, what the hell? Why did he just turn around? There's no cargo trucks coming this direction. What the hell? Wait, he just did? What the fuck? I'll let you know. For some reason, my diesel trucks aren't using this fucking road. And it's starting to piss me off. See? So what I want to know is why the fuck am I losing? I'm losing population, and I don't know why. I'll be goddamn, the truck started using the fucking road. Sweet. Right? I'm trying to figure that out for the last fucking hour, man. Like, I rerouted this whole shit right here. Like, my entire industrial area is now only accessible by people coming to work. So, this little spot right here, this is them coming to work. Then they can leave on a one-way road to the freeway, or they can export to fucking ships. Yeah, right, Ace. You know you got coffee, don't lie. It's all good, man. I didn't end up going to bed this morning until fucking like 2:30. So I woke up at like 7:45. And yeah, I'll be up for a while, which really sucks because I gotta fucking go to sleep. Like, I have to get back on somewhat of a normal fucking sleep schedule. I mean, this is ridiculous. both go left. Oh, okay, I guess what's up, Game Cheese? How you doing, bruh? Welcome to the stream, man. Long time no see. How you been? How's all Poland treating you, bro? Oh, man, I'm playing fucking City Skylines, man. Check it out. This is my city. Yeah, it's fun as hell, man. Right? Talk about days. That's my friend.
buck is cool, I'm just saying. Your buck is cool, Bree.
All right, bro. Have a good night, man.
pack houses of Jim beef, thousands of barrels laced up.
Yeah, it makes me sad. It makes me sad if you tell me that you hear people saying anything bad about Gabriel. Like he's that guy. Like that. When I think about people, like there's a few comics that everybody loves. Like Ron White's one of them. If you say something bad about Ron
You
White,
might get punched in the mouth.
I can't talk to you.
Even agents might love Ron White.
I
He
can't.
changed their lives.
Yeah, if you start talking shit about Ron White, I don't have anything to say to you. Like, there's no way. There's no way. Unless he was like really drunk. I can see Ron White. Ron White told this story at Opie and Anthony. He was like fucking 57 years old. He got in a fist fight at some bar because some woman was taking a picture with him and the boyfriend didn't like it, so the boyfriend was drunk. She came over to Ron punched him in the face. He now has to have like he has to bring a cop with him everywhere he goes.
That's right, he brings a cop. That's right. He told me he brings a cop.
He's gotta hire a cop to make sure he doesn't punch people. Or they don't punch him. He's the best. God, what a good dude.
I got this call from Comedy Central to come down to showcase at the Irvine Improv. And I had to be spotless clean for 10 minutes. I went down and I really worked out and I just pulled away some stuff. And then they called me and they said, "You're not in it." I'm like, okay. They go, "You'll make the cut next year." So I called Gabriel and thanked him. He goes, "What are you talking about? You're not in it. Give me 5 minutes." And he called me. I said, "You're doing it. You're taping it." Okay. So the whole time I'm thinking I'm doing this 7-minute TV set. The day of the taping, he pulled me over and he goes, "Listen, you're going crazy tonight." I go, "But I've been working on this material." He goes, "I don't give a fuck." He goes, "I want you to go crazy." He goes, "I'm going to pay for the show." He goes, "I'm paying for it out of my pocket. If it makes the cut, it makes the cut. It's not just for me." He goes, "I just want it for me." He paid for the episode to get shot. They only got picked up for 6. They shot 7 because he wanted me to go off.
Oh, wow.
So at the end, the whole day, I'm thinking I'm going down. That Saturday I get down, he's like, no, you're doing fucking dirty shit. And he goes, I planned it this way. He goes, "I don't give a fuck what they tell you." He goes, "I want you to work this way for a reason. I brought you down here for a reason." He goes, "Worst case scenario, you make the DVD." You follow me? Like he was on, like he fought for me to work dirty, and they got me on Comedy Central.
Wow. See, that's the feeling I always get from him. Just seems like a real good guy. You know, I've never heard anybody say a bad word about Gabriel, ever.
Well, listen, there's comics that know this, and you know this, that the more you help out younger comics, the better it is for you. You learn. You look at younger guys and you learn little things. Sometimes I go to the comedy store and I see a younger comic say something on stage. I'll hire him because of that reason. Like I'll say, "Hey, what are you doing next Tuesday? You want to the Ice House or whatever?" Just because something they do, you know. But it's also good for you. You did it for us. You helped us out. It made you a stronger comic, you know. Anybody knows that helping other guys along the way is great. Gabriel rides 6 deep. You think he needs to ride 6 deep? 6 deep. Before you go see Gabriel, you gotta see 8 guys. Spanish songs, a Mexican band, because he'll put you out.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
That's beautiful.
You gotta make a living? Come on down.
That's beautiful. There's not a whole lot of guys like that.
No, they'd be suspect that you're funnier than them, or you're gonna try this. No.
Yeah.
Come on down. What do you want to eat? You know.
You can't worry about that.
Can't worry
Everybody
about that
worries
stuff.
about that, but you can't. The fun is in working with the best guys. The fun is in also seeing all these different stages. Like when you take a young guy on the road with you, or when you see a young guy do a really good set at the store, you recognize like those moments where when you were young and you were just starting to figure your material out, and you were just starting to figure out like how to really get to the heart of the matter quicker, or what's actually funny about this, like what's clouding my judgment, or I can't figure out how to get this funny. But occasionally these sparks shine through and you have a killer bit. Like, you know, everybody knows like a young guy who in the early months will have like one bit. But you see that bit and you go, this motherfucker's funny. Like he's saying some shit, like he might not have it right now, but this motherfucker's funny. And when you see someone who's got that, it makes you like really aware of that whole process. You know, the whole process of just getting your legs under you as a comic and doing it. And, you know, and when you're around people who are also doing that, like it feeds off of it. Like you could stay hungry, like deep into your career, just by continuing to create material and continuing to be around other guys who are hungry. And when you're doing that, like, one of the things that's going on in our little group that's so dynamic is that everybody is hustling. Everybody is doing a podcast. Everybody's doing their stand-up. Everybody's recording specials. Everybody's doing tours. Everybody's doing shit. There's a lot going on, and it's all new stuff. You know? Like Ari. He's got a new one he's doing in Austin. If you're in Austin, Texas.
Next weekend.
Yep,
The 5th, yes.
The 5th. Ari's doing his special at Cap City Comedy Club in Austin, which is one of the best clubs on the planet. And I don't think it's sold out. I think there's a little bit of tickets left, but probably gone soon. But his new shit, he's on fire. This is the time to see him. I mean, Ari's never been better. He's never been better.
He's crazier than ever.
He's crazier than ever.
Crazier than fucking ever.
He's beautiful.
That's why I love him, because he's great. I can't judge him. I just sit there, listen to the conversation. I always ask him, you walking around me like a t-shirt? You know it. I gotta go.
Ari, he genuinely doesn't give a fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck anymore.
He became like the don't give a fuck scale. He became like the new metric of like not giving a fuck. Like there used to be like there's levels of giving a fuck, you know? Like you and I can't claim that we don't give a fuck the way he does because we have families. Ari Shaffir is free. If Ari Shaffir just got a vasectomy, he would give even less of a fuck. That would be like the last straw of fuck that he has left in his body. He's a barbarian.
You know what show killed me when
Love
I did it? You know what show like fucked with me when I did a Tony Hinchcliffe show? On Monday nights, the really good podcast he does at the store, the one where he...
Kill Tony?
Yeah, Kill Tony.
Oh, when you're watching the 1 minute people go up?
I went down there one night, and it wasn't about the material. It wasn't about anything but the look in their eyes.
Yeah.
I remembered that look in their eye, bro. When you don't have dinner in you.
Yeah.
And your car's got honey, and your job sucks, and here you are swinging. I left there, and I couldn't sleep that night. Because I went back to 94 when I used to go back to my room and cry and write what clubs I wanted to perform. And someday I'll be good. I'll be at the punchline. I'm gonna
write that down?
Be there. I'm going to be there. Yeah, I would get that San Francisco newspaper, Just for Laughs.
Yeah.
And at the end of Just for Laughs, the last 3 pages, they had a comedy guide from Alaska all the way to Wyoming of all the comedy club listings, whether they were one-nighters or not. And I just sit there and circle them with a notebook and do a line of coke and cry. Someday I'll be at the fucking Rusty Crow. You know, but that's when I went to Tony Hinchcliffe's show. And there was, you know what it reminded me of? What was that movie? What Rocky movie? Did they take him back to the ghetto to train him?
Rocky 3?
When they walked in, all the black dudes had veins in their eyes and shit. Like, they're like, yeah, what up? Like, they didn't give a fuck. He was Rocky. And he's like, remember all these guys, Rock? This used to be you. Yes, this used to be you. Look at their eyes, Rock.
What was that? Was that Rocky 3? Was it? Jamie's on it already.
All right, so 2, he fights Apollo again. And 3, he fights Buster Lang.
Clubber
Lang, I'm sorry.
Hey, woman.
Was it 3 guys?
Since your man ain't got no heart, I bet you stay up every night wishing you had a real man.
Was it 3?
Bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight. I'll show you a real man. And that was it. Rocky couldn't take it anymore. That was a great fucking movie.
The one with
Clubber? We were kids?
82,
Fuck
yeah. I went to see
Mr.
that.
T. Dude, Mr. T was one of the most terrifying fucking villains ever in a boxing movie.
Now, Joe Rogan, do you remember the Doorman Challenge?
The Doorman?
How he became famous?
No.
Okay, him...
Mr. T?
Yeah, him and a bunch of other dudes on NBC. There was a show about either doormen or bouncers, and they did something, and that's how he was noticed. Something weird. There was a show about the toughest bouncers for a while. 6 episodes, and he was the main one. Bouncers, doormen... 1980. It was like Wild World of Sports type thing.
Hey, go back to that for a second. Jamie, to that Clubber Lang footage, the training footage. I was under the impression that, I remember thinking that he really looked good as a boxer. But I'm watching him shadow box there, and I'm like, what?
No, well, Sylvester Stallone has a gift of throwing, smoke at you. Everybody looks good while you're watching it.
I love that scene when Mickey was looking at the bubbles and he was getting mad. Like, if you let it go, keep going, it'll show him shadow boxing. Which sometimes people don't look that good when they're shadow boxing because they're just trying to loosen their body up. There's a bunch of different, like right there, that does not look like a guy who actually knows how to punch. But, It looks like a lot of swinging. You know, it's not. Those aren't punches. They're like a lot of arm movements.
Well, he's got a mean haircut at the time. It's 1980. He didn't know what to expect.
There's a thing with shadowboxing. Like, some people think that shadowboxing should just be a loosening up thing. They just do it loose, and they let their shoulders go loose, and they try to work on their snap, and they try to move around. But then there's some people that think you should treat it almost as if it's a fight, like as if you're simulating a fight. Like, Jamie, look this up. Joseph Valtellini shadowboxing. He's a Glory kickboxing champ, and he put out this video of how he shadowboxes, and he shadowboxes like he's in a fight. He doesn't think of it as time off or warm up or something like that. What he does is he fights like a pretend opponent. It's pretty interesting because a lot of guys don't do it that way, like not to this extent. Like, you know, guys, when you're shadowboxing, a lot of it is just you kind of loosen around. You're doing it on your own pace. You're working on your own shit. But what he does is kind of more like, he treats it like a different kind of a workout. Like,
Justin Fortune does down at that gym too.
Does he the same
They
way?
look at it as like a calorie burner in the beginning, really. That just, I mean, if you do it correctly, he says you should break a big sweat or something.
Yeah.
If you do it correctly, which I don't know. I'm just.
Well, it's a lot of people think it's like visualization. They think might be as important as anything else. Like, everything's important. You know, it's important to be in shape. It's important to be strong. It's important to have experience. It's important to have really good technique. But it's also important to visualize. There's something about carving pathways in the brain. And obviously, if you're a neuroscientist and listen to this, you're like, oh my God, this idiot doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But there's something about carving pathways. This is not it. There's a different video.
No, do you do like comedy? Do you
extreme shadowboxing. He's throwing kicks and punches and knees and backing up. And
do you ever feel this with stand-up? Like, you see yourself on stage killing? I tried and I can't do it. Like, positive realization.
No, I don't think it works with stand-up. I think what really. No, I think with stand up, the key is doing it.
I thought it was the reef, because I tried. I thought the reefer fucked me up, and I couldn't come to focus. Like
with the visualizations.
Yeah, like I couldn't see myself on stage, like walking out and seeing like people go. I could see myself coming out of the garden. I can't do that shit.
Here's just for me personally. Here's why I would try not to think like that, because if I visualize myself doing something and doing it really well, I would think of I wouldn't think of the thing I was doing anymore. Now I'm thinking of like the accolades or the position it is, or look, you're on a big stage, and look, you're at this place, and you're at Massey Hall in Toronto or something, some historic venue. Like, and then one day I was there. Like, that seems like you're thinking more about success than what success really is. Is like if you're doing something, you try to do it the best you can. Not the reaction that it gets. So if I'm concentrating on the reaction, like I'm concentrating on going up there and killing, I would have to be visualizing doing a show. So I'd have to be visualizing people laughing.
I can't. I've tried. I can't do it. I've sat there like after the gym and tried to cool off and said, well, maybe I'll see myself killing for the special or whatever. I didn't see any of that shit.
Doesn't that make sense though? That if you think of yourself as killing, you're thinking.
This is my first time playing this game,
Yeah, I couldn't
so
do it.
I really don't know how to do that.
Right? Like, so if you're visualizing skiing,
So
you're thinking about skiing.
I'm just
right?
running
You're
out,
tucking,
building
you're
my
doing
my
moves
town right
and
now, trying to get it
the
down.
correct way. You get the most amount of speed, the most amount of control as you're headed down this hill. Right? You're not thinking about other people. You're not thinking about other people's response to each one of those things you do. Like if every time you did a curve and you didn't get a laugh, you'd be like, what the fuck? I thought I was skiing good. If you tell a joke well, you get a laugh, right? But you don't want to think about that laugh. You don't want to visualize a laugh. You want to pretend that people are laughing at it. You want to actually find out what's funny and have other people tell you for you. Like you kind of know, but you don't really know until you do it in front of them, right? So to visualize that is really weird because you're visualizing two different mindsets. You're not in the zone of actually being there. You're visualizing artificial laughter. I mean, I guess you could visualize the state that you're feeling when you're killing, when you're really relaxed on stage and you're having a good time and everything's fun. You could visualize that state. That makes sense? But I think even that state, you can only like visualize chunks only. Maybe I can only do it chunks. I just think it's better to just concentrate on just doing it.
Yeah, it's never worked for me, so whether you did
No. I also think with stand-up, like, you can do a lot of sets and stuff, but I don't know if you should concentrate on it as much as concentrating on just life itself and finding things that you think are funny and interesting. Because sometimes you concentrate just on stand-up too much, it almost like narrows your focus. So you think so much about stand-up, you're not thinking about what you talk about on stage. Because you're not really thinking about it. You're obsessed with some tour date details or some thing that might be an offer that's on the table. What do you think we should do it? Instead of thinking about that kind of shit. You just you only have a certain amount of resources that your brain has available. And when you can stop thinking about, like if you could just push any career ideas completely out of your head and just exist in a person, and then go and do stuff. If you can figure out how to shut it off and go do stuff, for me at least, it gives me more ideas. I get more ideas that way. And I feed my curiosity too. It feels like I feed my curiosity in an honest way instead of thinking about just reading things that I would think would be funny on stage, or reading stuff that I think would be funny to talk about in the podcast. Just look at shit that's interesting,
Makes sense.
On a 110? Cooking. It's up there.
I stopped at the beach on the way up here, eat a little half edible, get a party started.
We're about a month away from the league.
That's it. Well, I gotta go down to people like me. Yeah, what's going on? I got one. Fucking SARS of death.
There
The
will
guy
be.
goes,
There will be movies.
the guy goes, for using 900 milligrams again, you'll have to you'll be fucking stuffed with gelatin at 10 milligrams a stock. Yeah, no, this is shit better than that. I'm also doing that CBD, the 1-to-1.
That's good too.
Oh, that's bad at night.
This goddamn jumbo breath spray. This medicine from God. This one's 1,000.
What? A spray?
A whole bottle, 1,000.
Let me taste it.
If you're
Taste it.
take the top off.
Well, this is shit that's really good. There's some, I take the CBD off from a company in Denver, Exxon. It's 1,000 milligrams CBD oil. You get it back from jiu-jitsu. You put it right under here. It doesn't get you out. This is the one that just, by the time you get out of the shower, you're like, what?
Oh, so it's just CBD oil. Because they make it with marijuana.
Yes, no, I like
transdermally.
Well, that goes into your system a lot better. The one that I'm taking is for children, people who don't want THC in it. But this one has such a high concentrate of
CBD oil.
Yeah, but the other thing, they make it with something else.
Oh.
That he goes, put that on your tongue, 1 or 2 drops, you're a big guy, right when you get home from jiu-jitsu and then take a shower. Not too bad, Joe Rogan. Let's try this stuff here. Some of it tastes like dick. Some of it tastes like fucking guava juice. There's these people that do it with guava juice. Jesus Christ. Not bad, minty.
Minty. It is actually a nice little breath spray. I fucked up and did too many sprays one of these once for a Sam Harris podcast. And Sam was talking crazy shit about artificial intelligence and all this other. Every time I talk to that guy, he's a neuroscientist, very, very smart guy. And it was barbecue when I was talking. Barbecue. I totally underestimated these sprays. I have no idea. I thought like little couple pumps is like probably like pop lollipop, you know. No, it must have been hundreds of milligrams each day.
Anything under your fucking tongue like that?
Yeah.
It goes quick, 60 seconds. You're on a plane, next thing you know, the plane's fucking making weird noises. They're lighting on fire, the androids are hitting.
It's going to change the world when it becomes legal, folks. And it's not going to change the world for the worst. It's going to change it for the better. It's going to make people paranoid as fuck. It's going to make people nicer. It really is. That paranoid as fuck thing, that's good.
You don't say dick. I do. That's how I live. I don't say dick. I don't know, but there's some days I don't even fucking shave. I leave the house and people they don't know. It's tremendous to live that way. I don't say nothing. I don't bother nobody. I go to Starbucks. I don't hear nothing. I don't know nothing.
Time for reflection.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't get high is when I go to jiu-jitsu. I still can't work that up yet. That's too real for Uncle Joe. That's too real for me. Somebody gets me deep after something. I'm fucking history.
You used to get high.
No, tell me how the fuck you guys do that. I can't.
Eddie and I used to take giant bong hits. Giant bong hits. And then we would roll. Yeah. Yeah, we would go in class.
As soon as somebody gets on top of you,
he would teach like that. He would teach like that. He would teach like that blitzkrieg. Teach like a Jedi Knight.
Yeah, he teaches tremendous.
Like a master. Like
that's how you want you to fucking do it. Unconscious.
Well, for him, for his style of, he's like, Eddie, he's got a very interesting style, not just of jiu-jitsu, but of explaining his jiu-jitsu. You know, explaining all the moves and all the different positions. There's like a presentation he's doing. It's like an art form.
Hey, somebody, bro, you told my comedian friends, he's doing something completely fucking different on the other side. Because every place you show up to do comedy, there's one fucking little that planet.
Oh, at least.
They're like ISIS.
At least.
Yeah, he's got little stuff everywhere. These 3-4 people. Because even the little towns, they get the videos and get a map, and they do all that shit by themselves, watching the fucking videos. They told me when I went to Omaha, people came in like from out of Omaha. There's a 10th planet in Omaha. That's great. People who don't want to make their people tell me they get like couches, and jiu-jitsu, well, not couches, mattresses. Like they're fucking crazy. So if your little town doesn't have it, Eddie spread it. And now, like, his students are winning fucking tournaments. And now EBI is on top of the fucking game.
the best thing to ever happen to submission grappling because it made it exciting.
I don't know about rules, you know that, right? But when I'm reading Jiu-Jitsu magazine and they're saying that fucking they're gonna start using EBI rules and shit. EBI is Eddie Bravo Rich.
Yeah.
That's
Chael
Sonnen
did it. And here's how beautiful Eddie is. Eddie doesn't even want money for them using it. I'm pretty sure he's like, yeah, I just want those rules to be established as the best rules. Just give me credit. Call it the EBI rules, and you can use them. Smart way to do it. He just wants to spread jiu-jitsu in the right way. And, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a non-EBI rules event either. You know, like if somebody wants to do like what Metamorphosis is doing and have these long bouts, and if they go to draw at the end, they go to draw at the end, you know?
I'm on the podcast, so a lot of time you gotta break this IBBS.
Well, there's anybody can essentially start their own rules. Like Abu Dhabi, where Eddie choked out Euler, they had very interesting rules where the first period of the fight there was no points, and it encouraged you to go for it, right? So you try to submit someone within the first half of the fight, or take it real conservative, which was another approach, and you play super defense for the first half of the fight. Then in the second half of the fight, you score points. So you score points for takedowns, you score points for guard passes, near submissions, things like that. So I think their logic was that if they just have no points in the beginning, it doesn't matter if he mounts you, it doesn't matter if a guy takes you back, if you defend, if you're trying to attack him and go after him, sometimes you'd worry, if I don't get this guy, I might be so far behind in points, I'll never catch up. Like if you just go for it, you fuck up and you wind up in a bad position, then you defend that position, and then you get back to your feet, and then maybe the guy takes you down. That's a sequence of events that if you're counting takedowns and near submissions and things like that, can put you in this giant deficit. And if the guy's that good that you do that to you, maybe you underestimated him and he'll never catch up to him. But you can find out if you just go for it. If you both go for it, you don't worry about points. So that was their idea, I think, to promote more excitement. So people just go for it in the beginning, and then the idea about the second half is that once you're establishing who's the better grappler, when two guys roll and they're trying to kill each other, you learn pretty quick who's better. And so then if no one's better, if it's just by a very, very, very slight edge. So if you've gotten to the second half of the fight and you're both in a neutral position, well, you both attacked, you both defended, and no one's had any sort of an upper hand. Those last few minutes is what's really going to count. Because that's the few minutes where your determination in training camp showed up, your ability to adjust, your ability to overcome, like all those things really do determine who's best. So having that towards the end of the fight, that makes sense.
How long is Abu Dhabi? If I go the whole match?
That's a good question.
Is it 215s? Is it 210s?
I don't remember. I'm thinking it's 210s, but that seems like a long time. Maybe it was less than that. Abu Dhabi submission grappling time limits. Because what is Eddie doing with EBI? He does the first how many minutes?
I'm not sure.
I think it's like the first 9 minutes or something like that. They just go at it, and there's no points. And if they make it into the final, or they make it past the time limit, then they go through these series of bad positions. Like one guy starts on the other guy's back, and he has over/under, and they go ready to go. And you start from there. So one guy's got your back, and you have to defend it. And if you can tap him, then he has an opportunity to try the same position. And if he can tap you, I think it goes to who got who first. I think it's in the amount of time it took to tap them. So it's like that's where the competition would be.
It's 5 minutes overtime.
So qualifying rounds 6 minutes, 3 minutes overtime if there's a draw. Finals 8 minutes, 4 minutes overtime if there's a draw with no advantage. So what it probably is like 4 minutes in, they start scoring a point. Yeah, there it is right there. First 4 minutes are without positive points, but negative points start from the beginning of the fight until the end. And I think negative points are like when you draw guard, when you pull guard. I think that was a negative point. I don't know if it still is, but I think that's silly. Because some guys, if they pull you to their guard, you're fucked. Like, there's guys like Vinny Magalhaes or like Shinya Aoki. That guy's this nasty fucking guard. If you're in his guard, you're in a terrible place.
The church is sponsoring Vinny Magalhaes.
Vinny Magalhaes is a
EPI.
bad motherfucker.
I love Vinny Magalhaes.
His jiu-jitsu is so fucking high level, man. You know, he spent a lot of time fighting in MMA. And because of the fighting in the MMA, I think a lot of people slept on his jiu-jitsu. They forget what a phenom he is. He flying armbarred Pede Pano, who's like this multiple-time Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion. And Vinny Magalhães hit him with a flying armbar. Do you know, that is like pulling your dick out and slapping it across a world champion's face. I mean, that, literally how powerful that move is.
When you say flying, that's where it ends in my.
Check this out. See if you can find it.
Flying
Vinny
fucking
Magalhães.
armbar.
He's huge too. He's like
huge.
230 pounds, and he hits him with a flying armbar, and it's perfect. It's just perfect. Like there's no defending. Now this guy that this is Chris Weidman. He got Chris Weidman with it too. Yeah. Well, you can watch this too. I mean, Vinny did hit Chris Weidman with the same shit. Dude, Vinny's super world class. Now you got to remember, Chris Weidman, two-time NCAA All-American wrestler, like super fucking grappler. And that's how good Vinny Magalhães is. I mean, Weidman, when he won the UFC, let's see if you can find it in here because this is a long match. Weidman, when he won the UFC middleweight title from Anderson Silva, was widely thought to be like one of the toughest, best wrestlers, best grapplers that's ever fought in the middleweight division. It was a big strength of his, is that he was just so nasty on the ground and so fucking strong.
Oh my God.
Exactly. See, when a dude can do that to a Chris Weidman, that's what a bad motherfucker Vinny Magalhães is. You just don't, that doesn't happen. Watch this again. Come on, son. I mean, he just took that with just spectacular technique. And he's a huge guy. I mean, he looks like he's at least, 210 or something like that, 215. I don't know, in the UFC, he fought light heavyweight, right?
205?
Yeah, because he lost to Ryan Bader in the finals, remember? Yes. Of the Ultimate Fighter? So striking, he got better at striking, but that was what had held him back. His jiu-jitsu was off the fucking chain.
He did another stint in the UFC, right?
Yes, he did a couple stints, yeah. Okay. But like that guy, you get caught in that guy's guard, you're fucked. Like that's a bad position. So I disagree with them, like saying that pulling guard is a 1-point disadvantage.
So if he pulls guard on you, Vinny Magalhães, you're in hell?
You're in hell.
You
You're in a
can't get out
terrible
of it,
place.
nothing,
You
no
might get out of it, but you're in danger. You're in severe danger. There's people where their guard is more of a defensive position. There's people who they'll wrap their legs around you, and what they're trying to do is they're just kind of hold on.
Me too. I just breathe.
Or, yeah, maybe they're taking their sweet time. They're going to breathe. They're going to relax. And then they're going to maybe try to explode back up to their feet. Or try to reverse you or try to stand up or something like that. But then there's guys like Vinny that are trying to break your arm. And that's immediately what he's going to go to. He's going to go to rubber guard. I mean, Vinny has, like, really fucking ridiculous experience when it comes to submissions. I mean, he's super technical and a big guy. Like that's a rare combination. If you get caught in that guy's guard, you're not favored to get out of it, especially if you underestimated it. Like that's another thing about guards. If you train with a guy who's like an Eddie Bravo, or his guard is just ultra dangerous. If you don't train with a guy like that, maybe the guys in your gym, they're not scary from their back. So you don't worry about it. Maybe you're a wrestler. Maybe you got good defense. If you're like, you know what? I see that shit coming. Nobody gets me in my gym. Well, they probably don't have the same level of guard. There's some guys out there that have this ridiculously refined level of guard. You remember Paul Sass? He's a guy who fought in the UFC. He won almost every fight. I think he won one by heel hook. He heel hooked Michael Johnson, who is going to be fighting Habib Nurmagomedov. But Paul Sass triangled the fuck out of everybody. I mean, he triangled the fuck out of everybody. Nobody could get away from his triangle. It was just this crazy thing. If this kid would grab a hold of you, he'd pull guard, he would creep his legs up over your shoulder, and before you know it, you were choking yourself to sleep. It was incredible. I don't remember how many fights he won by triangle, but it was so ridiculous because everybody knew it, and he would go out there and he would do it. And everybody's like, just stay the fuck away from his triangle. Just stay the fuck away from his triangle. Next thing you know, he's on his back, and you're like, ah! It's a terrible position to be in. And if the guy's legs are like really good at doing those movements, your legs are so strong. They're so much stronger than your arms. the thing that we lack is not strength, it's dexterity. Some guys figure that dexterity thing out. And when you have these high-level guys, that was one where you won by leg lock here. But look how good he is, dude. Like when he gets guys into a position where they think that they're safe. This is another leg lock too. Look at that. Oh, this is nasty shit, man. But see, this is my point is that, like, there are guys that are super, super dangerous off their back. It shouldn't be a negative point.
And Michael Johnson has not thrown a punch. Has not thrown a punch. So even if he just wrestled.
You got to rub here.
Did they get critical sense? UFC
I think so. I don't remember. I mean, he didn't win all of his fights. He was a tough guy. But man, his submissions were awesome to watch. He fucked a lot of guys up off his back. And this is an MMA where it's actually, oh damn, it's nasty. You didn't tap right there. And this is an MMA where you can get punched. In Abu Dhabi, you can't even get punched, so you can get much deeper into positions and not worry about being vulnerable to strikes. So guys like Eric Tonin, who's like one of the best in the world right now, he's known for his leg locks and he attacks off his back all the time. So to think that guy gets a negative point because he's attacking off his back, to me, that's loon. That's loon. If he gets a hold of you and you're in his guard, you need a knee ripped apart. This guy's a knee ripper. I mean, they're all the Danaher Death Squad, that's what they call themselves. You know, John Danaher. Dude, he's got like 100 knee rippers over there. Just get super technical leg lock guys. And they're all doing it, primarily off their back. But in MMA, it's way more dangerous. And MMA guys can punch you.
I don't like none of that freak shit. I told you, it makes me nervous, gives me anxiety.
Are you one of those guys that shows up in jiu-jitsu class with wrestling shoes on?
No.
There's always a guy like that.
No, there is a guy in my place. And he don't want to fuck with him or say something about his wrestling shit. He don't speak the language. He's from Bulgaria.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. 1 minute you're in his guard, next minute you're swinging around in the air.
Is it a sambo guy?
Yeah, I'm 100, 200 pounds heavier than he is.
Dude, those guys are terrible.
No, the first day he came into the visit, all you heard was blah, 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 boom. And he didn't really know. Like, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
He thought he was still in fucking Kamala or something.
Well, they were probably
great guys.
Hard trained
great guys. His buddy's a blue belt, always takes his time to teach me something. Great guys. He doesn't need it, but he just has the strength of dead fucking mutants. Those skinny guys from Russia, those little Khabib neighborhoods. Those motherfuckers, they don't pick up weights. They pick up trees and shit like that. And they know how to handle off balance and stuff. It's a really beautiful thing to see. I stayed one day afterward as I was getting dressed, and he was teaching, like the higher belts. Like they were flying.
Yeah, those sambo guys, especially, there's two types of, there's combat sambo, which is like what fedors to fight in. You ever see that? Where they put headgear on, and they have like a judo jacket and MMA gloves, and they beat the fuck out of each other, dude. That's one kind of sambo. That's more of it's kind of a hybrid. It's almost like they have the judo jacket. They wear a fucking judo jacket and shorts on. The guy's the World Series of Fighting heavyweight champion. I don't forget his name, but he's a Russian gentleman. He's the guy who Ignov, is that his name? God damn it. But he's the first guy to beat Fedor in a long time. He beat him in combat sambo before Fedor wound up losing in MMA. Yeah. Ivanov. Blagoy Ivanov. He's a tough fucking guy. But he beat Fedor in that combat sambo stuff with his judo jacket on and shit. And I think it was before Fedor was went on that losing streak.
Now combat is when obviously you show up with fucking swords and shit.
No, it's just MMA. It's MMA with a judo jacket on.
Now what's Chris Herzog teach?
That's a good question.
Chris Herzog is big time sambo. This guy comes over and does seminars in Rochester.
I would have to look at
combat or the other.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch. I'm not that well versed in sambo, but there's two different styles of sambo. And a lot of times people confuse the two of them. Like one time I was watching a fight, and they were talking about this guy's sambo background, and the commentator was saying that he didn't think that in Sambo, there were strikes, so he probably won't be as comfortable with getting hit because he's a Sambo guy. But what he didn't realize is he actually came from that combat Sambo background, which is the Fedor background, which is where they would have these fights where, you ever seen it? See, pull up combat Sambo, because it's kind of wild. It's weird looking. Like, it's high-level MMA, but they have judo jackets on and headgear, and they're kicking the shit out of each other, punching the shit out of each other. I mean, it is MMA, but there's also grappling too, and they're aided by the thing. Yeah, this is weird looking, right? And they have a fucking jacket on, and they're doing MMA. It doesn't totally make sense.
No cage, you know.
Look at that. Oh shit, son.
Oh my god.
That was a 360 too. Yeah, so, you know, no cage I like a lot. I've been saying this lately. I think this is stupid. I think cages are stupid. I think if we have a floor that's big enough to have a basketball game, you have a floor that's big enough for two dudes to fight. Fuck. Come on. You put down some mats, no more walls. Just pushing each other up against the wall is stupid. Unless you're fighting in some hallway. Why are you fighting all? Go outside, out in the woods. You crazy kids. They did it in Russia, man. They had a fucking MMA fight in a football field.
What the fuck were you talking about on the way in today? You were dropping some knowledge on me about some gym where they're fighting. The fucking movie with the black dudes. What's that movie? That the kid came on here, Billy Corbin did.
Oh, Dogfight.
Yeah, then when we were talking about a dogfight, and you were talking about some gym, you said you'd save it for the podcast.
This is what I was telling you. Like, do you know what happened with Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz?
With the bottles.
They threw water bottles at each other,
right.
plastic water bottles. They got well. Someone might have thrown a Monster Energy can. Did someone throw a can? So if it can't hit you or someone you care about, that would suck. The water bottles, like. Anyway, they got fined $150,000, and you definitely shouldn't fucking throw water bottles, right? So part of me is like, well, if they can discourage throwing water balls, that shit's stupid, right? But did the altercation is probably good for business. The altercation, I mean, I get excited. I see Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor screaming at each other, fuck you, fuck you, and they get crazy with each other. It makes you excited, and I think that generates pay-per-view buys. I don't think Conor's stupid. I don't think Nate's stupid. I think they're smart. I think they know what they're doing when it comes to that kind of stuff. So that's a part of the show. I mean, do you really think he was going to hit him with that water bottle? You know, fucking... Nate Diaz, it's hard to hit him with a punch. How the fuck are you going to hit him with a water bottle that's coming from 300 feet away? He's not going to see that. He's not going to move out of the way of that water bottle. You know, I mean, what they decide to get upset about, and what they don't decide to get upset about is what's weird about athletic commissions. You know, like one of the things they were talking about whether or not they were going to test Nate for his vape pen, because he had a CBD vape pen, which is CBD, not even psychoactive. It doesn't make you high, but it does alleviate some inflammation, and it provides people that have, like, you know, back pain or something like that, or especially after a long fight, provides you with a little relief. But what's crazy is the only reason why they would want you to not do it, obviously it's not performance enhancing. You're not performing anymore. The performance is over. So are they protecting you from yourself? What are they doing? They don't want you to do it because you're flaunting the fact that you're doing it in front of everybody?
Now, did they piss him after the CBD on? Because after he was smoking that.
I think he'd already done his post-fight thing.
Piss.
I think you do that before you do the press conference, I think. I don't know, though. It's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. And they might do it differently in different places. But either way, you're not concerned about him. Like, what's the issue? Like, what is the issue? It's just, it looks bad? Does it look bad that vapor's coming out? You scared of dragons?
The CBD all business might have to remove that.
Oh, I'm sure it did. And it should. And wait till it becomes legal. We're a month away. When it becomes legal, then it's really going to go nuts. It's going to be good for everybody. But anyway, so they get fucking pissed at him for that. But the Conor, the fine was so high, I'm like $150,000. Wow.
Well, he said he made 40 million. Next time, shut your mouth. They won't fucking know.
That's true.
100, even the other kid made 2-3 mil. Half of that after taxes, 1.5, 150. Don't really put a dent in your fucking thing. Next time, you won't throw fucking bottles.
That is
unless they both went to Dan and said, "Listen, this jacked up the things. Wanted to see it. Wanted this UFC pick up the tab for 300 because it came out of your fucking end for the pay-per-views. That's something. There's always 150 is not that bad. They walked away with a ton of loot.
It's a good point.
There's got to be some type of repercussion. 150 and they can fight again in November.
Right.
Listen, I got caught without a license 10, 15 years ago in LA. First time ever. I was talking on the phone. I got pulled over. Guy goes, "Where's your license?" It didn't work that day. I went down to LA County. I stood in front of a judge. The guy looked me straight in the face. He goes, "You can pay $200 and come back with your license." Well, give me $550. I don't want to see you again. What do you think I did? You think I gave him $200?
You gave him $550.
No, I gave him $550, and in time I got my license, not with a gun to my head.
Yeah.
Sometimes you pay a little extra, they let you fight in November to earn. Now you earn next time, and now you can mac up that 150. You're earning. At least they're not suspended for fucking a year.
Yeah, that's true. Here's my thought. But I don't think 150 is bad if you got a good charity for it.
Let's send it to charity.
Yeah, instead of it going to an athletic department. I'm sure the athletic
department somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe a girls' soccer team.
Yeah, something like that.
I'll
right?
go for that.
There you go. That's like a good thing, right?
But $300,000 into their pocket is what pisses you off.
Well, it's what they decide to get mad at and what they don't decide to get mad at. Because this is a thing that I found. Did you watch when Floyd Mayweather was doing, I believe it was for Showtime, they were doing one of those behind-the-scenes things at his gym, and he has what he calls doghouse fights. And let me just say that this kind of thing has been going on in gyms forever, right? They've always had gym wars, and people have even set up, this was a thing that I'm pretty sure became illegal in California fairly recently, within the last decade. They stopped allowing people to have what they call smokers. And what a smoker is, they have organized fights, but there's not really like a lot of medical on hand.
Nobody gets paid.
Nobody gets paid, but it gives people valuable experience. They used to have a lot of them in Muay Thai. Like I used to go to them. They were cool. They would set up like these little plastic lawn chairs. You'd pay a small amount of money, like $30 or something like that. And you go and you watch all these amateur fights. And a lot of times kids are pretty fucking talented. It's fun to watch. But so they've always had organized gym fights. So essentially what Floyd Mayweather did was have his own like in-house gym fights, like amateur fights. Like they didn't even disguise the fact that it was a competition. Like they weren't trying to spar. Like these guys are having fights. And he was talking about how it's to the death. It's really crazy. And he has these guys. One guy gets beat up, and he's Hasim Rahman's brother or son. Hasim Rahman's son, I believe. See if you can Google who the gentleman was.
Comments are saying it was his brother, but it's just a comment.
Okay, his brother. Maybe it's his brother. That makes more sense. Because Hasim Rahman is not that old to have a kid that's that, like that developed. Because it looks like he's like in his 20s. Maybe it is. Anyway, point being, so this English guy beats up Hasim Rahman's one brother, and then the mom comes back with the bigger brother, and the English guy fights him too, all the same day. And they're fighting like these 30-minute rounds. It's crazy.
Is there a winner and a loser?
They put it on TV. Yeah, I mean, dude, there's definitely a winner and a loser. What's crazy is...
The question was, is there geese?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, it might be. I mean, Floyd might reward them or something like that. But I mean, it's crazy shit. I mean, in one way, yeah, this will develop character. And I don't have a problem with people doing whatever they decide to do. If someone wants to fight a 30-minute fight, I don't have a problem with that. You should be able to do it if you want to. But the thing is, yeah. But the thing is, I'm not a promoter in Las Vegas.
Right.
That's a big difference. And I'm not a professional fighter on television. I'm not necessarily saying there's anything wrong with what he did, because it is a part of gym culture. It is a part of what's made champions. I mean, this kind of stuff, these heated battles, is a very uncomfortable reality that elite fighters like Floyd Mayweather face. Like, to be that good, you have to be that real. And for a guy like him to show like these kind of crazy 30-minute no time limit fights in the gym and put it on TV, it's pretty wild. It's pretty, and I see both sides of it. I totally see Floyd Mayweather's side of it. Look at him, I mean, he feeds off that. But guess what? That mentality is why that motherfucker was 49-0, right? That motherfucker is arguably the best boxer ever. Who got hurt less than Floyd Mayweather? Who boxed people's face off that everybody thought was going to kill him better than Floyd Mayweather? Remember when he fought Maidana, and he fought him the first time, and Maidana caught him in one of the exchanges, like right before the bell rang. You go like, whoa. And then he fought again the second time, and he just put a clinic on Maidana. Just put a clinic on. It's like all of a sudden Maidana was fighting a totally different guy. Like Floyd had figured out Maidana's style, or decided not to fuck around with this fight, and decided, to really take it seriously and really focus on him. He just beat his ass.
He's a genius. I don't agree with a lot of this shit he does. But listen, man.
His self-promotion game's off
the charts.
His self-promotion game is the greatest of all time.
He's made me laugh. He's made me laugh at night sometimes. I watch this show and he's made me laugh. It's that show you watch because you don't really like the dude.
Yeah.
But you want it. I mean, so.
I bet I would love him.
I would love him.
He's a psycho.
And he wants to fight like 3 times on me. You know what? The proof is in the motherfucking pudding. That's it. The proof is in the pudding. Whatever the fuck he wants.
You don't get a guy like that unless he's out. You don't get that 49 unless that kind of dude. But I think he handles it as good as any fucking human being that can be in that position. It's a crazy position to be in, to be a young guy who works that much money, and you things not Mayweather. I mean, who the fuck gives himself money? I mean, he's hilarious.
Ain't nothing wrong with you if you talk shit. You're not even more disappointed right now. You know what I'm reading right now? A buddy of mine gave it to me, Hollywood Henderson. Are you old enough for that? Hollywood Henderson was a Dallas Cowboy. That was a real big. You understand me? They don't even make them like that no more. Show up the working day. I'll give you the argument. Read his ass and a gram of blood. I did 1,000 of those. Then the off-season, they would rent a hotel and hang out with Pryor. Hollywood Henderson was the lad with pointers. This was before Rick James. And before they played the Denver Broncos, just claimed to fame, he went on national TV and took Cam on the crush with the Denver Broncos. He fucking crushed it with the juice in one hand. And in the Super Bowl, he intercepted and scored as a linebacker. And they just fucking blew up the ball. Big fucking. He talked shit. People hate him. They hate him. He talked shit. But on game day, he showed up. And they threw him out because he put fucking 2 fingers up during the game. One of the Cowboys saw him at that time.
What's 2 fingers? Can't do 2 fingers.
They were losing on TV. On national TV. And Hollywood Henderson, the camera came over. Instead of watching, he advertised the towel. It would show if you need these towels. And then, like the receiver's company. The next day, Tom Landry fired Hollywood Henderson. And after that, it was all over. He was smoking fucking crack and a bazooka in his butt. He won the lottery in Texas.
He won the lottery?
He became a born-again Christian.
Oh my goodness.
Hollywood Henderson was my motherfucker, dog.
Wow. That's a fun story. Yeah. I mean, I just want to be clear about all that stuff that I was saying about the Floyd Mayweather thing. I just think that athletic commissions, like when they fine people, when they get mad at people for stuff, it's like sometimes they do it in a very heavy-handed way, and I think it's kind of obscene. Like what happened with Vanderlei Silva, I think is obscene. You know that story. They banned Vanderlei for life. He ran away from a test, which he definitely shouldn't have done. Definitely shouldn't have done. But if he was on something that he shouldn't have been on, suspend him as if you caught him for that something. Like, suspend him for, you know, maybe an extra 6 months because he's a dick because he ran away from you. But you can't say for life.
You can't just take away a
guy.
though, did you not? It wasn't that isolated incident only.
Vanderlei.
Was it that
Yeah,
only
Vanderlei.
isolated incident?
Yeah, Vanderlei
He
was
test positive before?
No, Vanderlei has never tested positive before. Ever. No, I mean, it's not saying he hasn't done anything. Like in Pride, you know, Ensign anyway, when he was on here, he was talking about his Pride contract. And he said it was, and Eve Edwards said the same thing. He said in capital letters, "We do not test for steroids."
They give you a syringe on the house and shit.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not saying that he didn't do them ever, but Vanderlei never tested positive. No, so they had no reason to suspect him, other than, you know, if they followed the sniff test, you know, but. You got there's no proof. I mean, and again, that's the only argument, whether it's proof or not proof, right? It's not whether or not you think he's so.
I gotta tell you something. I thought I had, like, good stories about hiding from probation officers and shit.
This is actual Ensign's contract. Here it says, performance-enhancing stimulants of steroid-based family are specifically excluded from the scope of the test. Why don't they just write "have at it, boys"? And gals, too.
I've hidden from I hid everybody. There was one probation officer in Boulder that used to fuck with me, so I had to hide from him from time to time. But I've heard some stories years after about some of the Brazilian fighters and shit, what they've done with us that goes down there, whatever the fuck it is. Then Jose Albo stopped them at the airport. Then something happened where they got their fucking visas returned or something like that. The Brazilians are notorious for fucking with these people. Fucking with them. Something happened right at the airport, and their visas got. And then there was somebody else who had a problem.
Well, the guy came to Aldo's gym, and they didn't know who the guy was, and they didn't trust him. And you gotta also, I mean, all suspicions aside that people always have when someone comes to you and says they're going to test you for steroids, and then you don't want to take that test. There's always going to be suspicion, but that's because you're guilty. But you have to take into consideration the possibility that it was not communicated very well, that you might be talking about two different languages, and Aldo, who speaks a little bit of English, but not that much, all of a sudden he's meeting these people, and he's in Brazil, and he's very famous. So he doesn't know if he's being fucked with. He doesn't know if this is real. If it's random, if they just show up, nobody warns you. It's not like the UFC calls you up and says, "Jose, how are you, man? It's Mike from the UFC. I just want to let you know that this guy who's testing you right now for steroids is totally legit." No, they just show up, dude. They just show up, and they don't even want to present you with information. They don't want to present you with ID. Like Chael Sonnen was telling a story about how when they tested him and how bizarre it was. Didn't he say they pulled him into a bathroom or something like that to test him? Yeah, like a janitor's closet or something. They tested him in a janitor's closet. He's like, "What the fuck? You're drawing my blood?" And he's like, and it turned out to actually be USADA. He goes, "But it could easily have been just some fucking crazy person who just wanted my blood and my piss." You know, I mean, you don't know. It's
what happened with Tim Kennedy.
What happened with him?
That they went over to his house and he came home from the gym.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy made him take a shower. I don't know. I didn't read the whole thing.
They couldn't do the test for like an hour for some reason. I don't know. I don't remember what the reason was. Or maybe the guy had to get the test brought over or something.
And the guy went in the shower.
So he goes, "I have to keep an eye on you." He goes, "Oh, really? Well, listen." He goes, "I'm going to take a shower. I just got done training." And that's actually, especially if you're doing jiu-jitsu, it's actually really important.
That you jump in the shower.
Yeah, because you get scratches, and those scratches on your body, you can get staph on those. And staph lives in your nose, and it lives in saliva, and it lives in, like, when you're doing jiu-jitsu, you're just awash in bacteria. Holds USADA rep at gunpoint. When is this?
At his house, the guy showed up in his driveway.
When is this?
This was in August.
Oh my God! Demands to know who he is. Holy shit!
Yeah, these motherfuckers are coming over like the Cubans to your house.
If you ever drive down Tim Kennedy's block, make sure he knows who the hell you are. Oh my God!
They pull up on you. You can't do that shit, Joe. You can't pull up on me like
After
that.
slowly pulling up to Kennedy's driveway and parking his car, USADA collector was greeted at the wrong end of a barrel. Whoa. He demanded to know who he was. It looks like Kennedy is cleaning up the streets. As Usada tries to clean up professional mixed martial arts. Wow. Wow, this is crazy. He's saying that he thought the USADA rep might be a terrorist disguised as a urine collector. Wow, that's funny. Yeah, that's a dangerous guy to sneak up on. You gotta be real careful. That's not a guy you want to fucking...
Yeah, well, I know Diaz didn't let him in. He
Well,
just don't.
you
I'm
know,
sleeping.
a lot of people don't like the idea of just being stopped. Like, you have to always worry about that. That's like an added element that you have to think of. That you have to be stopped in the middle of your sleep. Someone can wake you up at 7:30 in the morning, ding dong, and you have to give them blood and piss right there. You have to. It's a deal. So you've lost
Blood and piss?
I think so. I think at the very least they're testing blood. I know Nevada was doing urine too. I wonder if they're still doing urine. But the more stringent tests apparently are all blood-based. It's
You know, you have to give me a schedule where you're going, what time you're training.
Cowboy got in trouble.
That's tough. That's tough.
Cowboy got in trouble because they said, we're at your ranch. He goes, well, I'm at the UFC. And he's like, you have to let us know where you're going. He goes, well, doesn't the UFC tell you I'm going to be here? He's like, this is where I'm going. Like, I'm promoting the UFC. I'm here for the UFC. I got a fight coming up. That's why I'm there. Like, they didn't tell you I was going to be there? And so they have to, like, warn him and give him, like, you're a bad boy because we didn't know where you were. Well, send someone here, motherfucker. You know where he is now.
I'm here right here.
Yeah, but he had to, like, give them his schedule. Like, no matter where you're going. You know, I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to be on this river. Okay, you're going to show up. Come down the river on a mountain bike and try to collect your piss.
You have no idea what life is when they get tracked second to second like that.
Oh, it must be hard.
It's a fucking nightmare.
What is this, Jamie?
They have an app now so that they can check in.
That's so crazy! Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's how far we have to go to keep people from doing steroids. You gotta track them. Track them like a drone. You gotta follow them with a drone.
When they came to my house, I was a criminal. I'd given up my right. It's so fucking bizarre. And they would show up. This one dude had it out for me because I told you I put the fucking Alka-Seltzer in the pistol one time. I fucked him up. So now this little southern guy would come to me and he'd show up like John. He'd show up fucking everywhere. And like twice I gave him piss. But at least I got to talk to him and shit. He wasn't a bad guy. He wasn't like, not that heavy at all. The one time I just wouldn't let him in. And he filed me for a probation violation, but it proved I wasn't there. It was a DM.
Yeah, it's when someone
I can't do it no more.
you can check in with someone, that would put you in a weird position with that person.
No, you have no idea. There's people who come out of prison, they put them in that situation, and they fail. They go right back to prison. And they'll tell you, I never want to be in a halfway situation again.
Yeah.
Because it's too, you know.
It's not really freedom.
It's not really freedom, you know, at that level of
It's
gym.
like they're weaning you off of freedom. That's why it's a halfway house, right?
So, okay, I'm at the gym, I leave work, I gotta call them and say I'm headed over to 10th Planet HQ. What's the address? 602, whatever. And then as I'm leaving there, let's say you go, okay, we're gonna go over across the street to get a protein shake. And when you go over there, the place is closed. So you go next door or something like that. They can violate you for that.
Yeah.
It's tough to, you know,
But it's working.
But it's working, and it makes you accountable.
Yeah, it
which
makes
is
you
the
accountable.
most important thing.
And you're definitely going to eliminate 90-something% of the people that would want to take a chance and take a steroid. But then there's always the possibility that there's people who hit a curve. You know, like we can't think that, you know, all those times when they had that clear stuff, when Victor Conte was using that stuff on his athletes, it was undetectable, they called it clear. And then they figured out what it was, and now you can test for it. But back then, nobody had tests for it. But once they find tests for whatever the fuck people are using now, there's a certain amount of tests, we're going to go, this guy's clean. But I mean, they give you a certain percentage, whatever that percentage is, whether it's 10%, there's always going to be a percent that's trying something. There's always going to be a percent that's willing to try something. It's just out of all the people that we know are clean, if there's 100 people, is it one guy that takes a chance and does something weird? And then they get caught a few years later and they figure out a test for it? Might be.
I was movie beds in the 6th day.
Yeah. Yeah, they would be at your
days.
Yeah.
In the 6th day. Let me ask you a question. I know you're not going to say that. I know James is going to watch it later. Jamie, tell me the truth. Has Pete Rose been killing it lately? Tell me the truth, Jamie.
Pete Rose, what do you mean?
He's been killing it on national TV. Pete
The
Rose.
baseball player? What's he doing?
He's doing like this analyzing, but they got him and Alex Rodriguez.
Oh my God.
They kill him. Joe Rogan, you gotta, this is 2016. Pete Rose with a bow tie. Because Pete Rose, no matter, I've never been mad at Pete Rose. I mean, Pete Rose is one of my heroes.
Yeah.
Pete Rose is one of my heroes. I've never gotten mad at Pete Rose. He's genuine. But in a way, how they treated him, when he was a junkie, he was a piece of shit for a while. I mean, he was a gambling junkie, you know. He was a piece of shit for a while. But he's fucking Pete Rose, though.
Right.
And I'm telling you, I watched this show one night, and I was dying. How funny he is, like how crazy he is. And they're gonna keep him around, Fox. I hope they fucking do.
Well,
did you ever watch him, Joe, anything?
Look at him there. Bow tie. That's classic. How old is Pete Rose now? 50s or 60s? 60s? I just feel bad that, you know, there was all the speculation that he had done 75. Wow. Yeah. There was all that speculation that he had gambled on his own team. But I don't think that was ever shown.
Listen, I assume I'm a gambler. You do me a favor, Jim. Can you put up the Joe Rogan? Can you put up Pete Rose and Ron Boone in the All-Star game? This is when I had to show people at the bar. You youngsters never know what Pete Rose is not. Let me just show you Pete Rose. Pete Rose tackles Ron Boone, but the beauty of this, it's an All-Star game. You never saw this show? No.
Like, you're beside yourself.
Oh, no, because I'm hanging out with this shit. Yeah, oh, boom. Look at this. This is this guy, how he played. Like, this guy was an American savage.
Oh, yeah. He's a barbarian.
Charlie Hustle. This is crazy. This is still the Look at it.
Oh, my God. He just took it out.
And he tells him, don't ever block that fucking base again, cocksucker.
Oh,
Look at that shit. Like, he was the last of the real fucking Americans. He fucked up. Yeah, he bad. I'm a gambler. He bet on his own shit.
He wrecked that dude. He literally tackled him. Oh my God, full clip, shoulder down.
Now, here's the beauty. If you put on,
yelled at him.
Let me tell you something. 1973, I was 10 years old and went to see the Mets against the Cincinnati Reds. I was in my fucking haven. It was the fucking All-Star game. It was the National League Eastern Conference. And he beat up Bud Harrelson second. I left there. Look at this. I left there so fucking happy. I went there with my mom, my stepdad. We were sitting behind Tony Perez's family, and Pete Rose is beating up on Bud Harrelson. I left there with my fucking dick harder than that. I had the chicken pox. I went to that game with the fucking chicken pox.
So here's my question to you.
Go ahead.
How come this can't happen today? Like, how come the guy can't run to the guy at home base today?
That would be a 3-month suspension.
3 months suspension.
Hello, Andy Sanchez. How you doing?
Nothing, right?
Nothing. And that was one of the greatest. Look at that team right there that's playing. That's one of the greatest. You'll never see anything like that again. Yeah, that's New York City. This is fucking tremendous, though.
Oh my goodness, this is awesome. What a fight. Oh, why'd they cut it up? What a terrible time to end it. It was just getting good. Yeah, Pete Rose got in a bunch of fist fights, right?
Fist fights, he used to tackle you at second. But, he played baseball, bro.
Right.
He played, Cincinnati. Somebody would get hurt on the Cincinnati Reds. And Bench would automatically go to first. And Plummer would play. Like, Plummer was like fucking God. And he sat by, it was just me and Goldberg get together. We talk about the Cincinnati Reds because I grew up on. But at this point, I think, I don't give a fuck about the Hall of Fame of Pete Rose. I know he gambled on his own team. But if you know any history of gambling in professional sports, guess what, Joe Rogan? They're all losers. They all lose a ton of money. Tons of money. From Arch Lisa to fucking Pete Rose. There was another one that used to bet, Art Schlichter didn't get caught betting on himself. But he's known to fucking lose everything on professional gambling. These guys all called right from downstairs. Don't you think they're the only ones who did it? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I have a brother who's a fucking moron, but he's married to my sister. And I know he's a dumb fucking loser gambler. I can't call him and say to him, listen, fucking Malik Shaw, his ankle's hurting tonight. Bet against him. Whatever, I can't. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of fucking people do it. Pete Rose, they hate him. He used to tell them, fuck you. When you play like that, what do you think? You don't think the rest of your life is telling people to go fuck themselves? Who does that in 1973 in an All-Star game? Doesn't mean anything.
So the players didn't like him?
Like that, he was against the fucking system, like since day one. Then he went and he became a player. See, when he was gambling himself, he was a player manager, supposedly.
Oh, okay.
A player manager. But me and my gambling mind, he's been gambling the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Right. Let's not say that he just started gambling one day. No, he's been gambling the whole time because in the 70s it was a little less frowned upon. Who do you like that? I got this horse in the third row. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And one day that basketball bet and that football bet becomes a baseball bet.
Well, bookies were really common.
Common. Everybody had a book.
Is it less common today?
Yes, today, because everything's done on computers and people could do stuff like that. But 30 years ago, August, this skinny guy would lurk at the bar you went to.
Mm-hmm.
That's the book. Hey, what do you want to do? You give him cash. After 3 or 4 or 5 fucking weeks, he starts letting you bet on credit.
What do you think they're worried about while they keep gambling like that illegal? Do you think they're worried we're just going to go crazy and just gamble all the money away? Like, what are they worried about? Like, why would you protect someone from gambling? Are you trying to keep people prosperous by removing the threat? They can't do it, so because they can't do it, a lot of people who fall into gambling won't because we're going to protect them from themselves? So that doesn't seem to make any sense.
I think some states look upon it. Like, when I was a kid, the reason why my parents did numbers in the city is because they gave me a ticket in the city and a felony in Jersey. So wait a second, Joey. With all those degenerate motherfuckers in the tri-state area, what you're telling me is, if you got arrested for gambling in New York City in the 70s and 80s, you got a ticket. The cops said, what are we going to do? Got 1,000 of these motherfuckers popping apartment buildings all over the place. If you went to Harlem in the 70s, it was all little bodegas and everybody took action. Whether it was numbers, the Knicks, the Brooklyn number, the Roosevelt number. Remember, there's 5 numbers that come out in fucking New York.
Did I ever tell you my grandmother got arrested?
Yes.
One of the numbers.
You run numbers. It's something that you do in the neighborhood. You become a part of it, you get accepted. Okay. For years, okay, everybody, well, I did, I don't know about you, once a month, even if I over-exaggerate, once a month, somebody would pull me aside, hey man, you know anybody who wants sneakers? What do you got?
Yeah.
I got Converse, okay? They usually go for 20, for you, I'm going to keep for 7. You don't even ask. You just know they're stolen. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to embarrass you.
Right.
You come to my house. You're my friend, right, Joe? You come to my house. Joe, how you doing? This is kind of embarrassing. My cousin, he owns a store and he's having a sale on TVs. I know it's 6 o'clock. It's a little late, but they're Trinitrons. They're 400 brand new. I need 100. They're in a box with a warranty. Christmas is coming. You don't ask if they're stolen. That's a regular fucking day for a guy in Pittsburgh, Connecticut.
Is that more of an East Coast thing? Where people come to you with an open van?
Well, not an open van. I'm talking not people, not strangers. I'm talking about Jamie. You know Jamie 3-4 years, and Jamie's got a cousin that gets watches.
Right.
He gets the best watch in the world, Malak Tar. They're $52,000, but Jamie get them for 22 cash. 22,000 and 20 goes to the guy, and Jamie gets 2 off the top. Are you gonna torture Jamie and embarrass him? Like, so where did you get this? Am I gonna get arrested? No. Give him the 22 grand and move on with your fucking life. Right?
Is that bad karma?
Who knows?
Buy stolen goods?
No, because Malak Tar gets the insurance back from the U.S. and they get it even higher. They get the retail back. They don't even get the wholesale, so everybody makes out.
Nice.
If you take it off somebody's watch and put a gun to his head, then you gotta bump into something bad.
Right. The physical act of taking it from a person is different from
no matter what, there's something involved, but you don't have nothing to do with it. Somebody shows up at your doorstep, it's 2 weeks away from Christmas. What a surprise. You have the Nintendo game my son wants, or the PS3, or the PS. How much are those things brand new? How much? 300 brand new. I show up at your house for $1.25 with 3 of them. You're gonna take all 3 of them.
I know a dude who thought he was buying a stereo, but he's actually buying bricks. He got one of those stereo
Right, but
bags.
he's a fucking half a momo. He stopped at the street and bought it from a guy named Jamal.
I had a guy, I was buying pet food. I pulled into this parking spot, I got out, and this dude literally opened the van like he was going to take me in and fuck me. Like I was like some little kid he was about to scoop up out of the woods. Like it was a molester. And I'm like, what? Like, what do you got? And he's like, stereos. You want to buy a stereo? I was like, this is the weirdest. He opened up the door like as people parked the car and like was literally like, oh, hey man, you want some of this? I'm like, what?
You're asking for trouble if you do business with one of those guys.
Oh, that's the most obvious shit ever. You know, he's just randomly trying to sell a stereo out of the back of a van. Like,
Now, what are these things that they do in whatever? Like, people go and they have, what are they called? Junkets here? When I was
press junkets?
No, I'm sorry. The thing off the fucking 5 that you always see in the movies and all the fucking Friday, they all go to a place and they buy stereos and Raider hats. It's a
swap meet?
Swap meet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, in LA, it's a swap meet. In Jersey, they call, what do they call
flea
it?
market.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Because when I was a
Thank
kid,
you.
I used to go to where they used to do the bicycles, whatever, the streetcar races. And next door to it, they had whatever was called. And you'd go there, and they had pretty much shit that was stolen. It was just a festival, and they charged a table fee. Because everything was 50% off. Even the sneakers, I remember. And then we found out that the guy would go to the fucking factory, over the fence, and take all the sneakers that were mistakes. So the irregulars, they would take those and just sell them at those swap meets. We found out, we cut into his action. I swear to God, we cut into that action and the Binoca action. Remember those tubes of
breath spray?
They would throw thousands of them out with the little things, like the chemical was off, you start blinking too much. Like the chemical would be off, then it was pepper spray, like real pepper spray, like people would spray it, and you see, what happened? It's not regular Binoca. What is that, tear gas? It was like the tear gas. And we had the Spanish kid that was half retarded, and we'd make him jump the fence, and we'd have thousands of tubes. And we'd sell them for 50 cents a piece on Monday in the 6th and 7th grade. But there was always 3 kids that complained. It was a little, like the chemical imbalance was on.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, there's like more shenanigans in the East Coast, it seems like.
But no, you know who cut into that sneaker business?
Who?
Ross!
Ross, Dress for Less?
Sure, all those companies that you go and the jeans are 20% off because there's a regular stitch. Now they became the fucking junkets for those.
You know how you have a friend that has a bit, and then that bit is always connected to that place, like Ross, Dress for Less, and Sebastian.
Right, every time you go to Ross. Sometimes I don't even go to Ross because I think it's Sebastian.
I mean, that's like, I can't see Ross, Dress for Less. Ross, Dress for Less?
What is this mountain of flip-flops and shoes?
What, he just pulls shit out of the shelf and just fucking throws it down the aisle? It's a funny bit, but it's one of those, it just cements in your head if you think about Ross, Dress for Less. Like, what are there's gotta be a bits like that, right? Like, okay, roller derbies or roller skating rinks. I take my daughter to a roller skating thing, it's a little party at a roller skating rink, everybody skates around. You know what I think about? Brett Ernst and his crazy roller skater bit. Remember that bit about the old dude that was really good that would go to the skater rink and skate backwards? It's fucking hilarious.
Let me ask you something. You in the East Coast, did you ever go roller skating at one of those places on Sunday with Guido and Cousin Vinny?
No, I missed a lot of stuff because once I got into martial arts, I didn't want to do anything that would hurt me outside of martial arts because I didn't want to get hurt. So I didn't want to ski, didn't want to ride motorcycles, I didn't want to skate, I didn't roller skate, I didn't ice skate. I don't know how to ice skate.
No, that's dangerous. Fuck you. I bowled. I got a bowling ball at some point in the game. That wasn't bad. I'd go to the Bronx and bowl. I roller skated. I went like 3 times in the 7th grade. In like Paramus, New Jersey, had like a roller rink. And it was the one that Brent is just talking about.
Oh, really?
Staying alive. And
Yeah.
you would get up. First, I was afraid. I was petrified.
Well, Brett would do this bit, and he would do it with music. And like they would flash the lights and shit, and he would. I don't want to give it away. I don't think he does it anymore. But if you haven't seen it, go find it if it's online somewhere. It's hilarious.
I used to go to the one, and the guys that took me were older than I was. And for me, it was just to skate around. For them, it was to pick up chicks. You follow me? And they would get all dressed up and shit, and then they would roll around. And if you went up to a girl and asked her to roller skate, that was the beginning of the relationship. That type of shit. And they played disco music, and I went like 3 times. It wasn't for me. But the best thing, a guy had a wig and he fell, and the wig fell off, and everybody surrounded him. And that was my highlight of the fucking roller skating rink. I never went back to roller skating.
When did you know that you just... Did you have a point in your life where you knew that you were going to be a comic? Did you have But did you ever like look back, like moments like that, where the guy falls down, his wig falls off, and it's fucking your favorite part of the day?
No, that was the whole thing. Like, you laughed your ass off. I love laughing.
Yeah, I know you do.
I love laughing at the fucking most absurd. Like when I saw a guy get hit on a snowball in New York City, like on a bus, like when people throw snowballs at each other.
Right.
And I was in the back of the bus, and this guy sat in the area where people get hit with snowballs, and the window was open. And I'm like, this motherfucker. I'm gonna forget. It's like deja vu. And all of a sudden, sitting in the back of the bus, this guy's happy, he's talking in Italian. He was like a tourist. He was a tourist Italian, and it was the day after the storm in the East Coast, where it's sunny out, and that snow's melting, the kids are out, they don't have school, they're throwing snowballs on Kennedy Boulevard, and this guy gets on the bus, doesn't close the window. Rule number 1, as soon as you get on those Kennedy Boulevard buses, you close the fucking window. Because there's an area that becomes like apocalypse now. Remember when they threw speeders? Remember when they were on the lake and all of a sudden they got really fucked up? They started getting hit with speeders. That's how we get hit with snowballs. And I saw it, Joe Rogan. The guy sitting down, laughing. And all of a sudden you can hear them. And I hit him right in the fucking face and knocked him off the chair. He was in the aisle seat and he went to the middle and he got up and he kept saying, "Stubborn bus. Stubborn bus." And I'm fucking howling right in the back. You know, shit like that you can't write. Like as a child, the things you saw, like the time I went to the haunted house, that they take you to like the Brigantine Castle haunted house. Me and a bunch of little white Italian kids, we were crazy, we were nice people. But like 3 of us thought we were bad and bad. What we didn't know is that night East Orange was coming, one of those black neighborhoods, and they got off the bus. And we're walking behind that way. One of the kids just started wailing on a dragon. Just started beating on a dragon. When you're 13, 12, and you think you're a bad motherfucker, but somebody who's beating dragons up in the Brigantine Castle, you can't write that shit. Like, that'll stay with me forever, see that in the haunted house. To this day, I don't go to haunted houses. Because some of these kids beat up Dracula. And they were pulling them out, Joe Rogan. And kicking them and shit. Nobody, and the other ghouls are trying to help them. This only happens in Jersey. You can't describe these animal experiences.
Oh, we were just talking about what happened at Raiders game.
Oh yeah, before
you were talking about this before the podcast. I'm glad you just brought that up, but about the Raiders coming to Vegas. And you talking, what happened recently at the Raiders game, Jamie? Some guy got beaten in a coma?
Well, this was earlier this month, October. He said he was in critical condition, but after a Ravens-Raiders game, 30% chance to survive.
And 2 guys got arrested?
Yeah.
They just beat him up?
Yeah.
Do we know what the story was?
At the time of this was written, it was unclear what altercation started. They just started fighting on their way out the game.
Well, who knows then? Who knows what happened? If that's the case. But it is 2-on-1, but who even knows what happened? Who knows?
We were talking about the violence at these games. When Vernon came to me,
right there. Was this at a preseason at the Rams game at the Coliseum? Just fans brutally fighting. It's happened all the time at the stadiums, big stadiums, we fight series.
Oh my god, this is crazy. The guy just dragged this guy that this other guy was beating up. He dragged the guy over the top of the stairs and then he started beating him up. Oh my goodness.
Look at this.
This is insane. And there's no security? Where the fuck is security?
Well, the preseason game with the Rams, there was no this happened and something else happened. So I guess the Rams didn't want to pay out, and the city didn't want to pay out. But I guess the Rams ended up having to pay out to put security at these games.
Now, are Raiders games particularly violent, or is it all sports games?
Well, at this point, who the fuck really knows?
Right,
I mean,
like there's a bunch
I've
of
been to
shit.
a couple Dodger games, and they're not violent at all.
What
There's
about
a
in
couple
Philly?
arguments and shit. Well, Philly in the old days, I don't know about this new stadium now. In the old days, that was get out of hell quick town. They even had a fucking court downstairs. But over the last couple of years, it's like they fuck people up. You're just not getting into a push fight and 2 cops come in between you.
Right.
It's like 3 guys beating up on you at these fucking events. You're going there with your children to watch a football game, you know.
Do you know a guy tried to, with 2 men, get prison for Dodger Stadium? Oh, Jesus
Taylor was
Christ.
pretty sure after a fight for a baseball game.
Oh, man. God damn it.
Well, this guy was the one that he had a blood clot, and they couldn't find the killers, so they went to the tape. I mean, they narrowed all the way down to the tickets.
For a stupid fucking game.
Listen, I can go to a game and have a good time and yell and scream and get 3 beers, and also like, oh yeah, I like the Giants, and like, I like Cowboys, that's it.
Yeah.
But now, it's like people come up to you and punch you in the fucking head if you like somebody else, or you're walking out of the stadium and that team lost, and you have that shirt on.
But if it's do certain teams have like a fan mentality? You know, like there's certain teams in other sports with like, doesn't Manchester United, Jamie, you know something about soccer, right? Don't they have like a certain like rabid fan personality?
Like the hooligans, not just Man U. I think it's a lot. Each team over there, they all have their like, little sect, their club. They just kind of brawl. Brawl. That's what they do.
Now, does this happen in college football also at these stadiums? I never heard
They don't. They just this year, I think, allowed drinking in some stadiums in college. Did up until maybe like a year or 2 ago, you weren't even allowed. I just went to a game at Ohio Stadium.
They should definitely not allow them to drink.
Yeah, you're only allowed to get like beer, maybe.
Oh, even so.
Like there's no liquor, but that's just there. I don't know.
Yeah,
how
but
it
you
is.
still got the tailgate with your room.
Yes.
That's where the damage is done.
For sure. But don't allow them to keep the party rolling while they're up in the stands.
Let's still stop after like halftime.
Yeah.
Like,
They stopped like in the
an
third
hour.
quarter in some places. Years ago, I know Giant Stadium stopped in the third quarter. Our discussion this morning was about they're building the stadium right across from the Mandalay Bay. Like when they're thinking of building, and I'm like, you know, man, a fucking Sunday to get out of here now.
Let me ask you this. Is there a benefit to keeping, like if they bought a team that's for sale, like the Raiders, let's just say the Raiders, is there a benefit to keeping that name? Or is there a benefit to starting, it's going to be in Las Vegas, is there a benefit to changing the name?
Well, they're going to call them the Las Vegas Raiders, but because of what people call today branding, it's the Raiders. They're going to keep the Raiders, they'll keep the black and silver and the whole, I mean, white changes the whole mentality. Now they're in fucking now they're in Vegas.
That's so crazy that they're going to be in Vegas. And this is their stadium. Las Vegas committee sends Raiders stadium plan to governor. It looks insane. I'll tell you what, man. I've never been to a live football game. Not a big-ass, crazy NFL game. But I could only imagine the energy must be insane. It must be insane when you get 100,000 people screaming at the top of their lungs and some shit goes down. It makes you wonder, man, what it would have been like to see the Coliseum in Rome. I mean, imagine what that must have been like.
And with real blood.
Real
People's heads got chopped.
Swords and shit.
Russell Crowe stabbing motherfuckers.
It's like that is the same, we're looking at essentially is the same progression from like Pete Rose to today's baseball. You know, versus like gladiators to like some crazy football game. It's like, it's just, there's no way we want to slide back that sword fighting shit again. There's just no way. That would be the one thing, like, you can't do that.
One thing I noticed the last couple of weeks, because during the year I don't really sit and watch baseball. It's around the World Series that I watch a game, so you have an agreement when we're watching. Now, they even have like jaw pieces.
Jaw pieces?
Like, they have tons of protection now. Like, so if you're a batter...
If you get hit with a ball?
Yes, so if you're a batter and you're a right-handed batter, your helmet now comes down to here. So all you can see is the ball.
Oh, that's weird.
So if the ball... Yeah, somebody's jaw must have got broken or something like that. I mean, they're looking to protect you. Pete Rose's game, he was a fucking gladiator.
But when I was a kid, I remember that's when that guy, Tony Canigliaro, is that his name? The guy who got hit with a ball. Who's the guy that got hit with a ball? He was a big player in the Boston Red Sox. He got hit with a ball and was never the same again. And I was a baseball fan until I started martial arts. So until I was like 14, 15. And I forget the story, but I remember thinking, man, I did not know a baseball could fuck you up that bad. This guy was essentially Tony Canigliaro. Yeah, that's it. So he got hit with his baseball, and he was just never the same again. And he was a star player before he got hit, and sort of never recovered. It was all fucked up afterwards. But that, I don't remember when he died, but I believe he died young.
90 miles an hour, 88 miles an hour.
Even faster. I mean, some guys like Roger Clemens, what did he throw in his prime?
98, 99, maybe 100. You know, this was the 70s, right?
Yeah.
So the 80s, they still weren't, they were still throwing 88. I mean, the technology might have been a little wrong, you know.
Steroids.
They weren't a lot of steroids, a lot of many, so you have to just, still.
Yeah, you had to, what were you going to say, Jamie?
Guy closest for the Cubs to pitch last night, Chapman. He's throwing like 102 miles an hour fastballs. Almost unhittable.
That's so fast.
It breaks bats and shit. You know,
that's so
that
fast.
hits your kneecap.
That's so fast.
That hits your kneecap at that one. It just shatters it. It just shatters it.
What a crazy ability. You know, I mean, you have the ability to take a baseball bat and just basically pelt something in the head. You could throw it, like that guy could throw a baseball at a dog and KO it, like if he wanted to. That kind of accuracy and speed. You know, they think that might have been one of the reasons why human beings evolved, like that our brains evolved. That was one of the considerations. They're trying to figure out like what causes the brain to double. Our brain doubled over a period of 2 million years. Apparently, it's this giant history of why. There's a bunch of processes why they did it. People started eating more meat. They started cooking their meat. They get the more access and nutrients. But another weird one is they think it might have had something to do with the throwing arm. And when people figured out that they could pick stuff up and throw it at something, they started getting clever. And that's when they started like devising new solutions to problems. And it gave them more access to food because they could kill animals better. So they were throwing rocks like squirrels and shit and eating them.
You mean to tell me it's not so our brain is double in size?
Over a period of 2 million years, the human brain doubled. Which seems like a long... No, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, but there's more information.
Yeah, there was no books back then. During the time the human brain doubled, we were basically going from this, more primitive hominids to becoming a human being. And there was this sort of period where things move along at a fairly slow pace, and then all of a sudden something explodes over what seems like a long time, but 2 million years is not that long in evolutionary terms. So something happened when we were some sort of monkey creature. And during that time, there was a change where we mutated and our brain doubled in size and we became way more sophisticated. No, the fun shit is to think that was aliens. The fun shit is to think the aliens came down and, put sperm in a monkey or did some tests with, took one of the early primates and added alien DNA to it and dropped it back off, and that's why the brain got so big so quick. But we figured some shit out, man. And the people that didn't figure it out, they didn't live. We probably figured out high spaces, keep you away from cats, you gotta climb up high, you gotta figure out how to invent weapons, you gotta, we're soft. We didn't get the fangs, we didn't get the claws, we got the crazy brain. We went the crazy brain option. Over 2 million years, somehow or another, for whatever reason, it grew. It's pretty nuts when you think about it. Because every other animal on this fucking planet is basically, like, there's some advanced animals, like chimps and dolphins and some other advanced animals, that we think are real smart, like octopus, and we're not exactly sure how their little brains work. But when it comes to doing the kind of shit that we can do to the planet, we fly, we change the temperature of buildings, we project video. We can film things in real time and show them seconds later on this little tiny thing that slips right in your pocket. I mean, we're on some weird, complete different level than everything that exists in terms of, if maybe not our actual overall intelligence, our ability to change our environment, to change space around us. There's nothing like us, man. That's, who knows what the fuck caused that? They don't know. Terrence McKenna thinks it's mushrooms. That's what he thinks. It's called Stone Ape Theory. He thinks these ancient monkeys found some mushrooms, ate them, and then he's dead. He's dead.
I'm talking about 2017. Some shit with ass. Anyway.
We're talking about doubling the human brain. How the fuck did we even get on that?
Who the fuck knows? It just came out. I'm doing these sprays and shit. What the fuck? You can't scare me like this shit. You know, I do like 18 sprays and a fucking 250 milligram brownie. These stories about the human brain. You know, I'm watching those pictures. That's because TMZ. That's what happened. More people want to listen to TMZ, and they need fucking more space. Like, you got your computer, after a month you realize, what the fuck, I need more space. I got porn, I got UFC, I got, pictures of the family. We don't have hard drive space. We need more space. It's very important. We evolve ourselves, We're getting stronger, we're getting fucking bigger. Look at these kids in football now. They're fucking huge. These kids, these animals, these kids.
Yeah, when we're talking about the difference in baseball pitches, so the baseball players back then were throwing, what was like a super fast?
Nolan Ryan.
That was a stadium.
Talking
about this one right here?
And how fast did he throw it?
Maybe 90. You think you take a guy that pitches 85 with good control? Okay, when I'm talking about good control, I can hit any of the 9 ounces every time I pitch.
Right. From how far away? It's like
60 feet, 60.6 inches. Okay. So you take one of the guys who what we have today. What's the guy that we would think really highly of?
Yeah, Mark Reynolds.
Okay, you put him in the field and you try to strengthen those fucking all those muscles that they haven't figured out before. That's quick. How long do those guys last, Jamie?
2 years. But no one lasts a long ass time.
Yeah, but he's sort of they have to take the surgeries and the whole thing.
No one have one surgery.
To have that type of, because it's not just your arm. It's not your, it starts when you pick that fucking leg up. You pick that leg up. The energy of that leg is on your own time, not time. That's not anybody else on you. Just look and put up the 10 position, look at that front leg does. And how that front leg also controls your timing. There's a pitch now that pitches to Chicago, and you're sort of sitting there, and you wait for the ball. What the fuck's he doing? The fuck's he throwing around you, fuck? Because it's a fucking angle. It's the leg. He pops it out. He drops. The elbow. It's that whole technology in there. So there's a guy, there's a fucking dude with glasses, and I am right now. I got to train for this guy. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Just, the major league right now doesn't give a fuck about strengthening your arm. How can you take my guy from 98 to 104 and have him be able to throw at 104 20 pitches the most? And I'll just put him in every 3 games to just kill motherfuckers. Do you understand? In the 7th inning, when you get momentum, in comes this guy that throws 104. And he's going to throw, it's 9 pitches, he's going to throw 12 pitches, and you're out of there. You're really going to, because remember, the faster the ball comes in, the faster the ball goes out. Always remember that too. Because you live by the fucking sword, you die by that motherfucking sword. When somebody hits a deep home run, it's because he popped it at 98. Motherfucker made a mistake and put it an inch too low in his gorilla. Because that's all it determines. It's like a game of inches. He just dropped it. It just dropped a little bit too much. One of these fucking bang. Now on the other side, you got a Maridovich that comes in and it takes that guy that bats 290, keeps him healthy, gives him conditioning stuff, how to soothe the shoulder, what's the recovery? Because the recovery in that game is the whole game, Joe.
Right.
The recovery is the whole thing in this fucking. And all those guys 2-3 years later, that's too much of it. All those techniques. Well, the shoulder's a lot of muscles combined.
Yeah.
And to throw that in particular, look how many muscles I have involved. Especially if you come, look at this shit, bro.
Yeah.
Try this on your own. And I have no flexibility. It's got to go at least all the way the fuck back. And as that leg drops, look what that arm has to come. In perfect, over the top, and then down across. And now the follow through is the most important. Yeah. It's got to come.
And that's the thing. If you throw a ball like a girl, and I don't mean like a girl knows how to throw a ball, but you know what I'm talking about? If you throw a ball like spastic, like yeah, people will never respect you. It's a real issue. Like you could suck at a lot of stuff. You could suck at basketball. How about this? You could suck at like throwing a free throw, and people laugh. But if you throw the first pitch, and you throw that like some uncoordinated spaz, if you fucking first pitch dork it off the ground, like you're a loser. Like there's a harshness. Like people get, it's like some schoolyard shit.
You just said free throw. It reminded me of something I saw. I haven't heard anybody bring this up yet. Someone made Stevie Wonder shoot a free throw and have it on video.
Did he nail it?
No, he missed it. Well, obviously terribly, but I don't know.
I don't like this movie anymore.
No one had to let him know he missed it. They could have all just played along and just made it.
Someone should have caught it. The other guy should have dropped the ball right through the net. They give it another shot?
It's just says it over and over again, but
why don't they just let him figure it out where it is? If he keeps throwing it, how long do you think it would take before he figured out where it is?
I don't know how he would even know how to
That's
shoot
a fucking insult.
It's terrible that they even did this.
Well, if there was no one in the room and you could let him use like echolocation, where he yelled out "hello" with his beautiful voice, "hello," maybe you could figure out, because deaf guys apparently, or blind guys rather, apparently can do that to a certain extent. Like they hear sound bounce off things and know how far away things are. But how do you know where the net is?
If you put my waist right in front of it, if you go, the thing is 15 feet
right
exactly from us right now, Stevie. I'll be under the net. You just keep doing it till you hit it. You fucking hit it. Success.
What's the concept of 15 feet to a guy who's blind? Do you think he...
Plus 10 feet in the air.
Right. 10 feet in the air? Yeah. That's, I was going to figure that out. He's never thrown anything before either. But that's not embarrassing. I mean, especially if Stevie Wonder is blind. But even if it was a regular guy that sucked at basketball and threw a free throw, it would be funny. It'd be stupid but funny. But if you fucking miss that first pitch, they asked you, "Hey, Joey, I hear you're going to be in town. You want to throw out the first pitch for the game?" You're like, yeah. I used to play a lot of baseball when I was a kid. I'll fucking do that. You go out there all full of piss and vinegar.
I wouldn't make 68 feet right now. There's no way.
Oh, yeah, Gary Delabate from the Stern Show. Here he goes.
Yeah, there's no way I would make 60 feet right now.
Here he goes. Let's see what he does. Oh, they're good. They're all talking about it like it's an event.
Maybe one of the worst ones ever.
There it is.
Yeah.
He throws it. They don't show you the action. Here it goes. Throw it. Oh my god. Didn't go anywhere near him. Yeah, he completely missed. To make it worse than it is, though, because it went all the way to the catcher, right?
But it's like, wow.
Let's
It's
see
10
that.
feet to the right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty
you should
bad.
practice a
Get
little
made fun
bit.
of.
Yeah, you should.
You think
practice
so?
a little
Yeah,
bit.
you get made fun of for sure. They make fun of them. It's like there's a whole piece about this.
But do you think, you said this is what happens when you get made fun of?
This is what happens when you throw like that. And it
Oh,
happens on tape.
right. Oh, for sure, you get made fun of. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were saying that he missed because he gets made fun of. Like they've destroyed his confidence to the point where he can't throw a baseball. It's a good point, though. There's something about throwing. Oh, see, they have the worst first pitches ever. Yeah, I'd be in that. I'd be in that for sure.
Me too. I tried throwing a football a couple of months ago. Horrific. It's gone.
Oh, this guy's
Whatever I had in my shoulders is gone. I'm living on fucking smoke in my shoulders. There's nothing in there. I don't know how that not hurt me. There's nothing in there.
Really?
I don't think so.
Did you get an MRI?
What? No waste their fucking time.
What can you not do with it? Can you put your arms over your head?
Flexibility, Flexibility is halfway there. I can't do flies anymore, that type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing that helps me a lot now is the bat, the weighted bats are
Mhm.
great, you know.
Weren't you taking that guy's kettlebell classes at the jiu-jitsu school you go to?
Joe Alvarado. Yeah. I've been to a couple.
Is it kettle-jitsu?
Kettle-jitsu,
Yeah.
badass, man.
Yeah, I've seen his Instagram
He's a great
videos.
dude, man. I went in there the other day, and I went in there a little early. They had classes at 12. I wasn't doing anything. I went in there at 11. They had this guy. And I was messing around with some guy. And Professor Alvarado goes, let me teach you something, Joey. That's perfect. Talk for you. And he stayed with me for 30 minutes, and we just worked this half-guard sweep. That was just tremendous, Joe Rogan. It's a simple shit for a fat dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, they teach that old man jiu-jitsu, which is less movement and get the job done effectively. He's a great dude, but we worked it off of, at first you're going to show you're going to have a problem with this. Let's get a kettlebell and work it off a Turkish kettle. It'll be a lot easier for you to develop the movement. It was basically, boom, get on the hook, grab the arm, just flip over. That was it. But he turns it very, he's a good man.
So when you do Turkish get-ups, it doesn't bother your shoulder?
I could do a Turkish get-up to point like 4. I can't lie to you. I can't do
To point, you can't get to the 5th part?
Here, to the top.
Okay. Okay, so
Right
you
there.
don't ever stand up all the way?
No.
Okay, so you just hip up and you have the
Yeah,
bell up.
I
That's
do it
still,
more for my hip. I do it
that's
more for
still
my
good.
hips, to be honest with you. The shoulder, like I said, that little weighted bat is tremendous.
Is it? But let me ask you this: is it the reason why you don't get up? Is it because of the weight or your shoulders?
It's my weight. It's the weight on the shoulders combined.
Well, you know
I
what you
can
can
do the
do?
moderate. No. I can do the leg thing and go from there. No, I'm good there. That's one thing I'm good at.
What I'm saying is, with especially with the Turkish get-up, like people underestimate the benefit of doing it with even no weight. Like you're just doing it as a posture, just lying on your back, straightening your arm up, and just going through all the motions, propping up on your elbow, going up on the hip, hoisting your hip up, lifting that one leg, getting it underneath you, standing up straight, and then fully standing straight with your arm extended. If you just go through that series of
That's
motions
a
without
warm-up.
even carrying a kettlebell.
That's a Professor Alvarado's warm-up.
He does that with no kettlebell?
No, that's
yeah,
what kills
that's
you.
good.
Just that as a warm-up?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Well, you
with
don't
no
realize, people don't realize if you don't move your body around a lot like that, it's hard to move your body around. Like, you know what I started doing recently that I haven't done in forever? Jump and rope.
What
I
do you
started
think?
jumping. I fucking love it.
Where have you
It's
gone
hard.
from to? Yeah.
It's hard. Like,
5 minutes is 20 minutes
Yeah.
of jogging.
Dude, it's hard to do 3 minutes, like a round. Like, in between, like I set the boxing timer and I do 3 minutes. It's fucking hard. It's hard. You're like, this ain't shit. You feel pretty good. And then about 30 seconds in, you're like, oh, I gotta fucking concentrate here. I gotta make. I'm feeling it. And my feet started hurting. I'm like, oh, this is one of those things. If you don't do it, you think it's easy. And then once you do it, you realize, oh, you gotta get in shape for this too, like everything else. Your body's not used to just jumping around like that. But if you can do it, I would actually be tremendous for your footwork, for your agility and your foot strength, and all the strength and all those connecting movements. Essentially, what you're doing is these little tiny biometrics.
Why am I losing so many fucking people? It doesn't make any fucking sense. I've got business going on. I've got. I don't fucking understand it.
That's great for you. It develops real strength in your feet. I got sore in weird places for like 3 weeks when I first started.
Your ankle.
Yeah, my ankle, my calves got super tight. Like it was really fucking up my kickboxing because I would try to kick and I'd be worried that like my calf was gonna lock up. Like, it was like real sore. Like in a way that I thought I was hitting with like those Hindu squats that I would do. I thought I was hitting my calves.
Not enough workers.
There's no substitution for that little bounce. You know where I got it from, man? Lance Armstrong's podcast. I was listening to Lance Armstrong's podcast, and he was talking about his son being friends with, he's friends with Brett Favre. Brett Favre came to his house, and his son plays football, so he asked his son, he said, hey, did you skip rope? Like, the first thing he asked him. And he talked to some other guy, who was also some big-time football player, big-time football coach. And he was like, did you skip rope? And he said no. So you gotta skip rope. And the same thing Brett Favre said, you gotta skip rope. Like there's something around jumping rope that for like footwork and movement And so I was like, alright, I'm gonna start doing that. And right away I realized, like, ah, damn it, how come I haven't been doing this forever? I should have been doing this forever. This is super. I got one of those everlasting ones. I did look everybody once.
She left it out there one day. We tried this old school.
Did you rip the feet apart?
No. That's what Jack came with the feet. I got those cute in the desert, African feet, and they're fucking around the Jack. Listen, when I was coming up, when I was a kid, everybody talked to Tony how to jump rope. I used to jump rope at night with no weights. Basketball workouts. 20, 30 minutes of jumping rope, and then sit on the wall. Just sit to the condition my thighs.
Right.
20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, that wall sit thing, that was a really big karate school.
Yeah, I was a big wall sitter, sparring to the wall. You could do it, you just a little bit. Then they get voices. You get the voices in class.
Horse dance.
Well, the buckles that would sit there and go, 20 minutes, what?
I think it's probably better to run stairs. I'm gonna run stairs.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You gonna run them too?
No, I got hills, near my house. You know those hills in my house. I do some sprints up those. Occasionally. Fairly rare. But, the thing that I like about that, though, is that it's like you're exploding your body forward. Think like that static hold of like there's benefits to that for sure. I just don't think you can fuck with plyometrics. Essentially, when you run a hill, you're essentially doing one-legged plyometrics. You're just exploding.
Well, for the workout that you do in the diet you do, they say you have to recommend running with sprints. That primal diet, they say absolutely like 10 to 40 yard sprints.
It's good for you.
I'm a 40-yard believer. I don't need a lot of that at this point in my life. You know, for a while I was going crazy when I couldn't figure out the cardio while I was agreeing. I don't go to that fucking Mount Holland Park. Walk around the farms, kettlebell, and 10 cents a swing. Try some fucking sprints. I would do it, and I realized, like, what the fuck am I doing? I can pull something here that can end everything. This isn't just a fucking, you're not warmed up properly for that shit.
Right.
I remember going to track as a kid because they tried to tell me Joey Yossi as a basketball player, high jumping, to stay in shape. We had this guy, Iron Wolf. Iron Wolf was one of the assistants of the fucking he was a great guy. And, he was in bench squats. That was just big fucking
bench squats,
bench squats to get the fuck.
Yeah, you go down on the squat and you pop back up.
Jumping rope, those fucking sprints. We used to run hills in one burn. This is the second hilliest fucking. That's a nightmare type show.
Running hills is hard, but you know what's hard as shit? Running sand dunes. Running sand dunes is dark death. Because your legs have nothing. They're going through that sand and you're barely making progress.
This is my fight with Shane Carwin got canceled. Okay, where's Shane Carwin going?
Shane Carwin's going to Rising.
Okay.
Yeah.
He couldn't take it no more on the sideline. He was like, fuck it.
I guess he wants to have some fun while he's still Shane Carwin. I salute that.
He can still hit hard.
Fuck yeah, he did. Did you see that Jason Ellis fight? See what crazy Jason Ellis did? Jason Ellis fought Shane Carwin with one hand tied up, while Shane Carwin had his right hand tied up to his body. And so Jason Ellis, like, you don't realize how big Shane Carwin is. Like, Jason Ellis is not the tiniest guy. He's probably about 200 pounds. But he's standing next to Shane Carwin. It is almost comical. Oh, look at this. Look how big Carwin is. I mean, he's a giant. He's a fucking giant. He's got one arm tied up. And he looks good, dude. Like, physically, he looks jacked. Like, he hasn't fought a while, and obviously he's been working out. I mean, he looks better than he did the last time I saw him. The last time I saw him, he was recovering from some injuries, and he was still in the UFC. So, apparently, he's a free agent. And I think, he's fighting for Rise, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know he put it on his Instagram page, but it's really kind of long. Look. Oh, that was one punch that he hit him with. That wasn't even the punch that KO'd, was it? No, that was like the end of the round, I think. See, this is where it KO'd him. Right here. So that was the second one. mean, that one really killed. Like, you could see it in the camera. Just like, fuck. And that guy is so goddamn big. Carlin's a gigantic human. So they were talking about setting him up with Fedor. Like Fedor versus Carlin. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if that does, I'm in. I'm paying to see that. That's a dangerous fight for Fedor.
Now, where's Ryan?
Super dangerous fight
Where's
in
Ryan?
Japan.
Okay.
It's essentially the same guy who's in charge of Pride for a while. Yeah. And I believe so. And so if he goes over and fights, if Carlin goes over and fights in Japan and fights Fedor, that's a giant fight.
Who's the last time Fedor fought?
Fought Fabio Maldonado and barely just walked by. A fight that a lot of people thought he should have lost. He got hurt. Fabio Maldonado tagged him. And there's no shame in that. Fabio Maldonado is a very good boxer. He rocked Glover with Sheriff before Glover finished him off. And he's just tough as shit. He's a tough guy.
They always call that poor guy in. Like they always, yeah, Fabio's like, who are we gonna get? Who will fight? Who will be this fucking wacky to fight him at short notice? Fabio Maldonado.
Do you remember how he saved that fight in Brazil?
Somewhere.
He fought Stipe at heavy. Stipe Miocic, but Stipe's just fucking tearing through the ranks, right? Stipe's trying to get a shot at the title. And he fights Fabio Maldonado. And Stipe just ran through him. It was horrific. And Stipe's a scary guy as a heavyweight. And Fabio Maldonado just was not the same size. Just did not belong in there with him, you know? Just too big, too strong, too fast, hits too hard. It was a scary fight. But when you think about Fabio rocking Fedor and hurting him in his last fight, you think, good lord, what if he gets hit by Carlin? Like Carlin takes a great shot, and he hits harder than anybody in the division. He's probably one of the scariest heavyweight punchers ever. Like literally ever. When he fought Mir, I remember he tied Mir up in the clinch and just ripped uppercuts to his chin, his face, and put him down. And just beat him down in the ground. Like, Carlin could fucking punch. Scary puncher, man. So if he's healthy, like he looks like in that video, he looks fucking healthy to me. And he looks huge. He looks like he's like well over 260. Yeah. I don't know if that's the kind of fight he wants in this stage of his life. You know, after he fought Maldonado. He might be looking to fight smaller heavyweights. He might be looking to fight bigger names. Well, actually, Carl's pretty much a big name as far as the free market. But who knows what's going to happen, man? You know, with one of the crazy things with all these new organizations, whether it's ONE FC, whether it's fill in the blank, Bellator, Ryzen, all these other, like everyone is scrambling to pick up anybody who leaves the UFC. So if people's contracts are up, like they're starting to do, and they start bolting over and going to these other different organizations, stuff can be crazy. Like things can heat up, and you might see like another Pride UFC type rivalry, which I think would be great for everybody. Like if Ryzen really does take off, like if Ryzen puts on Fedor versus Shane Carwin, and then they come up with a bunch of other crazy fights from the undercard, you know, there's just not right now the same level of talent available outside the UFC. Not right now. But man, it's been close a few times. It used to be, you know, obviously it used to be with Pride. It's hard making something like that happen.
You know, I feel with like a Shane Carwin, for example. Shane Carwin was a great fighter. He hasn't thrown a punch in how many years?
He hasn't fought MMA since, I want to say it's 2 years ago.
2-3 years, okay? If, in my world, I don't know. I'm not the professional here, but I think the UFC marketing would know they could do something with a Shane Carwin. They pass on him. Maybe there's something they could do. The heavyweight division is packed. I don't know the parameters of this.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like when a fighter hasn't fought more than a year or two, maybe even 3, I think about comedy, Joe. I think about if I just went to my comedy for 3 years. What would I be ready for? What would you, if you did my comedy for 3 years, what would you honestly book yourself for in fucking December? It's October 31st. What would you book yourself for in December? The Garden?
You know, you do like the laughing skull on the planet.
Okay.
a nice, cool, intimate little room.
Very quiet.
Yeah.
99 seater.
But Shane might not have a lot of money, and the Verizon might have offered him a big check.
No, I understand all these rappers. What I'm saying to you is, it's like the GSP thing that was going on. Maybe they weren't what they were. And I think even as a fighter, 2-3 years, shit has fucking changed.
Yes,
bro.
yes and no.
Fucking changed.
Yes and no. Here's the no. Depends on if you're still training. See, if you decide to take some time off because you have nagging injuries, or some fighters like that Joseph Altamini guy we were talking about earlier, he stepped back because of concussion syndrome. Because he's getting, he had too many hits to the head. And so he recognized it, was having some real symptoms, and he said, no, I have to resign. So he gave up his belt. And taking 2 or 3 years off, if you're having any sort of real problem, maybe if you got a recurring back injury, which I know Shane had some back issues.
He even had surgery.
Yes, so maybe taking that time off. So Junior Dos Santos was his last loss, and that was UFC 131 in, 2011. So that's 5 fucking years ago, almost, 5.5 years ago.
Guys, the heavyweight division has come and gone in 5 years.
That's a long
GSP
time.
wants to come back and now to 170. But 170 has come and gone. Tyrone Woodley is the champion, and Wonder Boy is #1. These kids weren't even around when GSP fucking dropped off Tyrone Woodley. Well, not Stephen Thorne. I mean, it's a whole breath of fucking fresh air they're coming into.
It is. I think what Michael Bisping was doing was pretty smart, trying to get GSP to fight in Toronto.
Sure.
It's like, let's do it, man.
Fuck yeah, that's
But
a great.
I don't know if George wants to fight at 185. I think George has even said that he can make 155. The difference between the size of guys today versus the way they were then, is, guys are way more sophisticated about weight cutting. And I don't think George lifts as much weights anymore. I don't think he's as big as he used to be. Who the fuck knows, man? I don't. If the guy wants to compete, the game moves very fast.
MMA has moved so much in 2-3 years that they got a lot of these people that are watching UFC today don't even really know who Shane Carwin is. We've got a whole new batch of audience that's coming.
That is true.
And the same has even worked with GSP. I'm a fan of GSP. I love to see him fight again. But I had to ask myself questions as the UFC. Like, I want to learn. It's like watching fucking Shark Tank. You know what I'm saying? You want to learn.
Well, I think the UFC's argument, as far as what I had heard, and this is all the shit I read online. I don't talk to the UFC about business.
You're not interested. We read different kind of shit.
But what I read online was that they were not in agreement with how much money it was going to cost to promote a fight to them. And that the people that watch the fight today, they're fans of Ronda Rousey, and they're fans of Conor McGregor, and all these current UFC fighters, that maybe these fans have only been fans for a couple of years. They kind of forgot.
This is what I was thinking just
care.
on my own. I'm like, in 3 or 4 years, Ronda.
Right, but you don't think that it would take one fucking promotional special, one thing they do on Fox so people remember. Just watch some of the fucking epic fights with John Fitch, with BJ Penn. Watch him submit Matt Hughes when Matt Hughes is at the top of the world. Watch him beat down Matt Serra after Matt Serra stopped him and won the title. You watch some of those fights, and then you hear him talk, you see what a gentleman is. Come on, man. That guy's golden.
I love to
This is
know
golden.
even the 4 names you mentioned. They're fucking dinosaurs.
I agree. But what I think a guy like GSP has to do, he's got to do a tune-up fight. I really believe that. I think that would help everybody. I think that's what you would do in boxing. The only one that never did that is Sugar Ray. Sugar Leonard went out of retirement right to Marvin Hagler. Right in there. Just jumped right into Marvin fucking Hagler. And everybody was like, you're crazy. You need a tune-up fight. And apparently, he had some gym fights where they set up some smokers in the gym. Just sort of like we were talking about earlier that they do with Muay Thai. Beat him by decision. Very controversial fight, though. Some people think that Marvin should have won. I would say it's probably one of those fights where it was almost 50-50. Amongst my friends, it was at least. Amongst a lot of people I knew, a lot of people thought that Marvin did more damage, landed the harder shots, and what Sugar Ray was doing was just throwing pity-pat punches. And it wasn't good enough, and Marvin was chasing him down. I don't know. It's I'd have to watch it again as an adult who understands fighting better. But whatever it was, he didn't get destroyed, and that's better than you could say for a lot of people that fought Hagler. I mean, Hagler was fucking Hagler. That's the Hagler crushed John Levine's Mugabe. Remember that shit? That's the Marvin Hagler that beat the fuck out of Tommy Hearns. Marvin Hagler was a monster. When I was a kid, they had this fucking TV show that they showed where Hagler was training for a stomping ham show. And he was running on the beach in the Cape in the winter. He was running on the sand in Cape Cod, screaming war. Just running, screaming war! War! This guy was just shredded. I mean, Marvin Hagler in his prime had one of like the best physiques ever for a boxer, and he was in supreme condition. And he was known for maybe not being like the slickest, most technical boxer, like maybe Sugar Ray was or Roberto Duran was, but overwhelming discipline and drive and ferocity. He would just break dudes down. You know, like he did with the Tommy Hearns fight was like the purest expression of Marvin Hagler. Just, I mean, these guys are fighting for the fucking middleweight championship of the world. It's a giant fight between two superstars. And what do? They just throw caution to the wind and meet in the center of the ring and start throwing bombs. There was no boxing in that fight. That was a war. It was a crazy war. Throw that shit up. Marvin Hagler versus Tommy Hearns. Because that was like talking to me. That was just a massive risk-taking endeavor. To step in there, those two guys, as big as they were in their prime, those dudes were gigantic.
How many rounds?
I think it was 2 rounds. He got knocked out of the second. Yeah, at the most it was the third. I'm pretty sure. Jamie? What were you looking for? Does it say what? I'm pretty sure he knocked him out in the second round, if I remember correctly. But I might be wrong. It might be the third. But either way, it was just chaos. Now that I'm thinking about it. Tell us that, dude. Do you got a video? Just a video. We'll figure it out when he's knocked out. But I mean, we talked about Tommy Hearns the other day. Tommy Hearns knocked out early, man. That was one of the most spectacular knockouts ever. Look at this. Tommy Hearns was awesome. He had a big, crazy afro. He had a back that was so wide it looked like he was a flying squirrel. Like you could jump off a building, sort of safety. I mean, he was so unusually built. And he was shredded too. He was built scary in a different way. And then Hagler. He was the ultimate throwback. I mean, you were talking in the 1980s, he was a throwback. They thought of him as a throwback in the 80s. Like, you thought of him the same way, so he was 30 then, which is kind of crazy, because this is like tail end of the Hagler career. I think Hagler only fought till he was like 35, and then he retired after the Sugar Ray fight. But this was Hagler, you know, when he was Hagler.
This is prime. 30 years old. This is as good as the fucking gets.
5'9", 160 pounds, and just a fucking dynamo. And you know the weird thing, one of the weirder things about Hagler, God, I just love watching him. He had natural, like headgear. He had really thick muscles. Look at that beautiful right hand. These guys are winging it at each other. Oh my God, this is crazy. The thing about Hagler is he also could take a tremendous punch. Like a tremendous punch.
Even in that exchange, he was very smart.
Yeah. Well, he was very composed, but he had natural thick muscle all above his ears. Like his temple area was almost protected by like thick muscle. And I don't know what that's from, whether it's like from some biting exercises that he had done, because there was a bunch of guys who did have some devices to strengthen your jaw. And Jerry Cooney used one before he fought George Foreman. I remember seeing it. It's like this thing you put in his mouth. And it was like, he would bite down on it and lift weights with it. So it was like pulling a cord and lifting weights with his jaw. I don't know if Hagler's was just natural, just born with it, but whatever it was, you kind of see the shape of his head.
You see his right, this hitman's right, how he pops right at him. He steps to his left, and his arm just goes up in a short distance. Fucking amazing.
Yeah, Tommy Hearns broke his hand somewhere in the round. And,
Look at those fucking bombs he's throwing.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, muscle, man. Sure, you're gonna break something. Look at this.
well, you throw full power bombs and hits him in the top of the head, something will go. And the top of the head doesn't move. That's where a lot of guys will break their hands. You see the guys on the forehead. This is just a great fight, though. Mark Hack just absorbed it, and then he starts putting the pressure on Hearns. So we're like 2 minutes into the round now. And Hearns has started to go weaker punches. Now Hack is muscling him up against the corners, just beating him down. That's one of the big things about Hagler was his endurance, his pace, and just the will that he had. Like the will to fight a fight like this, where you just stand right in front of a guy like Tommy Hearns and say, dude, you are not going to knock me out. You can't knock me out. You don't understand. You think you can knock me out, but I'm going to sit right here. Like, nobody fought Tommy Hearns like that. Everybody wants to stay the fuck away from these punches. But Hagler could absorb punches like almost no one else. He got knocked out once in his whole career. It was a bullshit knockdown. The referee called it a knockdown, but if you look at it, it doesn't look legit. Most people agree that it wasn't a good knockdown. I don't know if you remember the fighter he fought too. I think it was Juan Roldan. I'm pretty sure. But it was more of like, he like kind of shoved him down and knocked him down.
You know, when you watch like Tommy Hearns and some of the boxers like Brother Rand or something, you could tell that they were raw talent, walked into a gym, and they worked with something really good, and they learned how to box. When I see Marvin Hagler, and I see like the guy you were talking about before, that's where
Floyd Mayweather.
Floyd Mayweather. When I watch them box, I think that this is as good as it gets. When I watched Floyd Mayweather, when I just watched this man do was stand in front of him, but as intelligent as a boxer can, because we all know if I throw something, that means I'm open.
Right.
He didn't throw a lot. Being in front of him, he's like sucking him in. He's doing something to him, which is, and this is what, you know, I see this now as an adult. You don't see this when you're 20 fucking 2. You just see stupidity. But this is where I see his smarts. He's fucking smart, man.
Well, he's also forcing Tommy to
Right, but he's doing something. He's doing something that I don't know. I'm not a boxer. But I can see that he's got a plan. He's not like, you know, he's not doing a Vandalay, just stand in front of you. You know, he's very smart. Fucking amazing when you watch this type of shit, when you learn.
He was just such a pleasing boxer to watch, the way he moved too. All that bobbing and weaving and head moving, and you know, Marvin had just that like track you down style too. Like you knew he was coming forward. Like Marvin Hagler wasn't doing any fancy footwork or, you know, doing the ollie shuffle. He was moving towards you, looking to break you. Always.
And those Mugabis you mentioned and those other guys, they were fucking killers.
Killers.
They were killers.
Mugabe is a killer.
Explain boxing in those days is kind of, and today compare it to, it's no comparison.
Oh,
look at this.
You heard him with the left. And this is where he starts coming on strong. So I think we're in the second round, right?
Right.
I think he stops him here, if I remember. Boom, boom. He stops him in the third? Or this is the third? Oh, okay. So this is where he starts hurting him? Damn.
But he's got his number already.
Yeah,
He's got his number, and he's not even going like a savage either. Again, very composed. Watch, he'll tap him again before this round is over. And each one of those taps is just cutting at the fucking tree.
Well, he's not giving him any air either. Boom. The guys that don't give you any breaks, those guys are the scariest. Because you can never recover. So if a guy like Tommy Hearns unloads his best shit on you and then breaks his hand, so he's got one hand. I don't know which one. I believe he hurt his right hand. So he's got a left hand, his right hand is all fucked up, and he can't really knock you out with it anymore. He's fucked. So now he's going to try to hit you with big left hooks. And Marvin never lets him stop. Never lets him take that breath. Always keeps him moving. Always keeps that pressure on him. And he's just wilting. With every second of every round, he's wilting. And in these exchanges where he takes a break, you hit him with some hard shots. And you just keep piling it on. Keep piling it on. That was an exciting era of boxing. You can wear your socks all the way up to your knees. You had athletic socks with stripes on them.
For these pay-per-view events, I used to go to the Meadowlands.
Yeah.
So you would go to the Meadowlands racetrack, and it would be inclusive in the price of the fucking track that night.
Mm-hmm.
You watch the gamble, watch the fight. I forget who I saw Marvin Hagler fight. How many times did Hagler fight Tommy Hearns?
Just once.
Okay.
Yeah, Tommy Hearns didn't want no more of this shit.
Who did Hearns fight a couple times?
Sugar Ray.
That's who I saw.
Yeah. Boom, the left hook. Boom, the right hand. Boom, left hook, right hand. God damn, how did Tommy Hearns survive this? See, now Marvin's pouring it on. Look at this. Jesus Christ.
Look at his hands, Joe Rogan, and my chin. He hasn't moved.
Discipline.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
Beautiful boxing. And look, same pace that he had in the first round. I mean, Marvin's just beating down on him. Just putting it on him. God, this is a great fight. Such a great fight. So yeah, Tommy makes it out of the second round. Wow. See, that's one of those things, man. In your brain, you have it a memory, and it's like a false memory. Sometimes you have to watch the fight to see it. God, that's just the case with everything, though. There's so many memories that you have from just a few years ago. You wonder, like, man, how did that really go down?
Let me watch it again.
What's that movie really like? Yeah, let me watch that fight again. Too many memories. Real weird. That's the saddest things about these boxers too. When they get older and older and more fucked up, is the memory's one of the big ones that goes.
Well, that's one of the things that I've heard you talk about. Like, let's say somebody has a fight on a Saturday and they have a close decision. You watch it again Sunday when you get home. Then you will watch it for a few days. Let the heat wear off.
Mm-hmm.
And then watch it again. And you'll see the true winner. If you know how to count points and the bullshit.
Yeah. You know the problem with picking a true winner, though? I sometimes make subjective decisions in my own head that go back and forth. Like, I'm not always convinced that I'm right. Like, if you look at a guy who lands harder shots but less of them. Like, here's a good example. Dan Henderson versus Michael Bisping. Now, Michael Bisping thinks he won, and the judges think he won, and a lot of people think he won because he landed more shots, controlled more moments of the fight. Dan Henderson thinks he won because he hurt Michael Bisping a couple of occasions, beat him up, his face was really battered, and in the first round in particular, he came way closer to stopping the fight than Bisping ever did to him. So I can see that argument as well, that those moments where he had Bisping like incredibly damaged should be worth a lot of points. I see those arguments, man. I don't know who's right or who's wrong, quite honestly. I can see both arguments. I see Bisping's argument, makes a ton of sense to me. He put in more work, he landed more shots, he came back from getting really badly hurt, which showed amazing heart and cardio. I see that argument too. So it's like deciding who wins and loses a fight isn't always very clear. There's different philosophies. Like you talk to a wrestler, he's way more impressed with a guy who takes a guy down a bunch of times than a guy who lands some brutal leg kicks in the third round. But if you talk to the Muay Thai guy, he'll go, yeah, well, what happened in those first two rounds? Yeah, he took me down, but he didn't do anything once he had me down. So the only thing is he's laying on me. I'm not getting hurt. But in that third round, I fucked him up. And you listen to what he said, you go, wow, that is a good point, because that guy's damaged. Like, you damaged his leg. Yeah, there's the KO. Ooh, show that again. Show that final barrage.
Wow, this is 85.
Watch this.
Shit.
God damn, man. Yeah, I was in high school, dude. This was when I was a senior in high school. This was the fight. I remember watching this with my jaw just hanging down. Like, wow. Because I thought it was going to be a crazy fight. And it was a crazy fight. I never thought it was going to be this. This was so crazy. And Marvin Hagler just mauled him. I mean, he kind of shut everybody up, man. Because there was a lot of people that thought Tommy Hearns was going to knock him out. They thought that he had never been hit. Oh, so he went a little bit too far back. This is when they checked his cut. And they checked his cut. They were, Hearns was in a couple of times. And Hagler was probably worried about him stopping the fight.
I didn't watch this.
Tommy
I didn't
Hearns
watch
has
this
jab.
live. I didn't watch it. God knows what the fuck I was doing. I was in Jersey, in hiding and some shit. 85.
Tommy Hearns had such a good jab. Just snap it out at you. And with those long arms, he used to keep his hand like below his trunks. Like below the waistband of his trunks, and just pop it right in your face. You see how he did the thing? Oh shit! Boom! This is it. Boom! That goes right in, and left. Wow. That was one of the greatest boxing fights and boxing finishes of all time. Of all time. Especially, like, it's hard today to understand what it was like when I was in high school when this was going on. because this was it was just there was no internet, right? So this was just word of mouth and radio. You know, you'd hear about it on the radio, you'd see it in the newspaper, you'd look in the box, you know,
It
sports
was
section.
pay-per-view.
Fuck yeah.
It was pay-per-view. You didn't see dick.
You had to go somewhere.
You had to go somewhere. That's
yeah,
right.
you had to go somewhere and you had to watch it in a theater. We'd pay. It was what they would call closed circuit.
Closed circuit.
They didn't call it pay-per-view back then. You say, oh, well, how do we see the fight? Oh, it's closed circuit. So you would go there and you would pay a ticket, and then you'd go sit in a movie theater, a bunch of other savages, and you guys would all watch the boxing match together. That's how I saw Sugar Ray and Hagler. Closed circuit.
I think I saw, like I said, I saw the Hagler, Sugar Ray at the track, and there was another one that I went, and it wasn't more like seats, it was like general admission.
Yeah,
And
I
you
saw.
walked in there, like it wasn't like seats and shit.
I saw a Tyson fight like that. It was standing room only. They put on this big screen. It was outside. They put on a big screen, and they played the commentary to the crowd. It was crazy. They had a giant, like almost like a drive-in movie theater, but they had speakers. And that was in Vegas. I fought Frank Bruno. And they were fighting in Vegas, but I didn't have the money for the fucking tickets. Tickets are stupid expensive. That was in Tyson. It was Tyson. It was prime. And Frank Bruno might have been the best built guy to ever box heavyweight ever. You ever see Frank Bruno? Do you remember Frank Bruno? Jesus Christ.
The last fight I watched Tyson fight was maybe like when he knocked out Spinks. In Atlantic City. My friend had a party. You know, I almost said fucking first round. The pizza didn't get there.
I think Bruno was actually before Spinks. Maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong. I think Spinks was first and Bruno was later, but I don't know. But Frank Bruno. So just pull up a picture of him so you can see him. But you can see here from the fight, the dude was yoked. But some pictures of Frank Bruno just fucking ridiculous. He's jacked. Like, and he was an argument that a lot of boxing trainers used to use, that you can't be that muscular and be an effective heavyweight boxer. Because he was so, that's Roy Jones, son. You're racist. Jamie, how dare you?
Who's that?
Oh, how dare you? It was Roy Jones. But, like, that's him now, though. See, that's, look how fat he had. Holy shit. Damn, there's a picture of the dude was just jacked. And that's him. Obviously, he's not even fighting. There he is. Like, you see without him even flexing, like not like at full muscle flex. He's still super jacked. And he beat a lot of guys up, but Tyson. But that, again, that was what Tyson did. It says Tyson beat one. I think he fought once. Oh yeah, I think he stopped him twice.
Let me ask you this. What year is this? You just said 89. How was the testing in those days? There was no G testing?
No.
Well, that's why these guys show the fuck. Like Ken Norton, when I was a kid, Ken Norton was the biggest motherfucker I ever saw. Was he G-balling at those times? In the 70s?
Do you think they did that in the 70s?
And there wasn't a lot of options, I think, in steroids. I like to check what were the options. Maybe the Germans had them.
They definitely had them.
The Germans had them.
It was definitely. See, he just looks like an athlete.
Yeah, like an athlete.
Yeah.
But there was one fight that Ken Norton did look really good.
Well, he was a big guy. He fought on broke his jaw. I mean, he was a serious athlete, and he was a former pro football player, right? Wasn't he? This is Marine toughness. I believe Ken Norton played professional football. His son did. Is that what it is? Is that what I'm thinking about? That must be what I'm thinking about. But Ken Norton was a bad motherfucker. He actually got, he's pretty badly banged up now, but not from boxing. He got in a car accident. And apparently got really hurt in a car accident. Yeah, I did. Juan Manuel Lopez, he TKO'd Wilfredo Velasquez Jr. and then went after his trainer, punched his trainer in the face. So that dude went down, and then he goes up to the guy's trainer. And I don't know what the fuck the trainer said. But he goes right out to him, dude, they're throwing bombs at each other. Hilarious. And then he's pointing at him. Why are you pointing at him? He started it, is that what you're saying? God, craziness. People are nuts. But that's a nutty sport. You know, like what we were talking about earlier with that whole Floyd Mayweather thing. With that kind of sport, you're going to have things like that. You're going to have people that want to have 30-minute fights in the gym, 30-minute rounds. It's ridiculous, but it makes sense when you think of the sport. You know, what the sport really kind of represents. It's like the extreme nature of those guys who compete in it. It's crazy that the athletic commission got pissed at people throwing water bottles, but didn't get pissed at him for doing that. It's, you know, I get it. I get it if you're Floyd Mayweather. I get it. I mean, that's how you become that guy in the first place.
I think it's brought up Fedor talking fighting match trail.
According to someone that I know, that is not true. But maybe, who knows? People might be trouble. That might be a good fight, though. Fedor and Mitrione. Fedor and Carlin, I like better. In Ryzen, in Japan. Joe Diaz.
I don't know.
Tell me about Chicago.
Last time I saw fucking Fedor, I loved it to death. You know, I caught the tail end of Fedor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I caught like the 2 fights before he got on guard.
Right.
Boy.
Well, he got on guard first, and you saw the fights that he won before that?
Yeah, like 2 fights.
Brett Rogers.
Yeah. And then,
he beat Brett Rogers, and then I think the next fight after Brett Rogers, I'm pretty sure it was Fairdoon.
I didn't catch Fedor in his heydays.
Right.
So the last couple of times I went, it was like how people say they went the white chicks at the end. They got all excited and went down there. So then he got submitted by Fairdoon, which you and I discussed. This could fucking be doomed for him. He's got a nasty guard.
There's another guy we're talking about.
Yeah, nasty guard.
Yeah.
So then I saw a couple pieces of the last fight. That was fucking embarrassing. That was fucking embarrassing. Both of them. But Fabio, I love his fucking jaw that he takes a fight at short notice.
And then he fought that Indian gentleman before that.
Yeah. So, but Fedor, I mean, now he's just a worthy guy. And that's how people get it. Oh, Fedor wants to fight. He fought fucking years and kills people. And all of a sudden he didn't fight for a long time. He wants to make a comeback. I don't know, his brother out of jail.
His brother just got out of jail.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't read that.
Ready to fight.
Yeah.
Say he's been doing nothing but push-ups. Yeah. And working out in jail. Still come out jacked. New tattoos. If he wants to fight, I want him to be able to fight. Just like I wanted him to be able to fight when he was 20, I want him to be able to fight when he's 40. If he wants to, why not? I mean, he knows that it's not good for you. He knows the damage that a fighter can take. He's been beat up. He's been stopped. Dan Henderson knocked him out. Bigfoot knocked him out. Verdun submitted him by a triangle. I mean, he's had some goddamn wars and some bad results.
He was solid as fuck.
Not only was he solid as fuck, he was solid as fuck in a division where people are very rarely solid as fuck. Like heavyweight is traditionally like a division, at least in the UFC, where the title changes real quick. It's too hard to maintain for whatever reason, or up until now. But Fedor, I don't think he lost to anybody for more than 10 years.
10 years.
And he fought very good fighters over there. He fought very good fighters. I mean, he fought Krokop when Krokop was Krokop. When Krokop was streaking. And he essentially out-kickboxed Krokop. I mean, that's what he did in that Pride fight. There was a lot of striking involved in that fight. And Fedor won. He won that fight pretty clearly. And again, that was when Krokop was in his prime. Krokop had plenty of chances to stand in. He couldn't get the deal closed. So there was that fight. That was a big fight. Submitting Mark Coleman. Mark Coleman was a fucking beast. That was a big deal. There was a few fights that were really big deals. But then there was some fights that didn't happen. Here's the biggest one, though, Minotauro. The Minotauro fight, when Minotauro was in his prime and Fedor beat him down, that is probably his most impressive. Because Minotauro back then was fucking scary. He was really good. I mean, the Minotauro, the triangle, Mark Coleman, the Minotauro that was just anybody, you got a hold of your neck. Like, you were getting choked up. He was bringing jiu-jitsu at a super high level to the heavyweight division. And the thing about Minotauro was he could take a shot. He could take a shot, especially in his prime, like nobody. He was like He was like invulnerable. Like, he didn't feel pain. You would crack him, he would take shots, then he'd finish it. You know, the Crow Cop beat the shit out of Minotauro for 1 round. I mean, beat the shit out of him. And then he head kicked him at the end of the first round. Like, boom! And Minotauro thought they stopped the fight, but it was actually the end of the round. He thought they stopped the fight, but the referee stood up and was like, no, like, you're not going to stop this. And the guy goes, no, it's just the end of the round. He's like, okay, good. Second round starts, shoots in, takes Crow Cop down, arm bars him. Bitch. He was so tough. Fedor beat him down, man. Fedor beat him down. It was a scary beat down. He had Minotauro in the corner, and he was grounded and pounding him with these ferocious, those casting punches that Fedor throws. He's not punching like this, like straight. He's throwing these crazy, like, circular hammers that are going around your gloves. Like you're holding your gloves up in front of yourself, trying to defend yourself, and he's throwing these whipping punches that are going behind the gloves and smashing Minotauro's face. It was one of the worst beatdowns you ever saw, grounded, pounding, pride, like trapped in a corner. He just worked it, man. He hit with some ferocious punches that not a lot of people would have been able to take. He broke his cheekbone. He hit with some bombs, man. But that was when Fedor was Fedor. So if you look at that fight with Minotauro, you look at that fight with Crow Cop, like some of his best performances, there's no doubt if he's not the greatest, it's between him and Cain Velasquez, in my opinion, as far as the 2 greatest heavyweights of all time. And then honorable consideration to Fabricio Verdun. Like Fabricio Verdun, despite getting KO'd with 1 punch by Stipe Miocic, still submitted Cain Velasquez, submitted Minotauro, and submitted Fedor. He submitted 3 all-time greats. So those are the 3 that I think you have to take into consideration as the greatest of all time. The only thing you would look and you'd say, well, more people, like how many people beat each guy? You know, how many people beat Minotauro versus how many people beat Fedor versus how many people beat Cain? Can you count all that up? Who knows? It's just, it's hard. It doesn't really make sense. Like trying to figure out who's the greatest of all time.
Who gives a fuck?
But if it is
tomorrow, a new guy comes along, and we've been wasting some time for 20 minutes.
The thing about Fedor, though, is that he did it for so long.
No, he did it for the longest fucking time. When I tapped into him, like I said, towards the end, and when he lost, he got the arm bar. I wasn't surprised. You could see the deterioration. They were trying to exploit him at that time with the UFC. They were asking for money. They didn't know what to do. It was like they knew something. You follow me? It's like when that team calls you up and they try to give you the home run fucking champion of the last 8 years miraculously on a Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do I deserve this fucking call? They knew something. They started losing a couple fights. They were tired. Shortly after.
Well, he lost 3 in a row, which is really crazy.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, and the first one, he loses by submission, but it was a mistake. He followed Verdun to the ground. He hit him. He had Verdun hurt. He thought he had him hurt. Verdun just set a trap, locked him up tight, got him with that nasty guard. But the second one was bad. The second one he fought Bigfoot. And that was when Bigfoot was Bigfoot. It was when Bigfoot was in their testosterone, too. That's when they allowed them to do it, because, Bigfoot had a pituitary gland tumor. So he had, like, legitimate gigantism. He's a guy who actually needed testosterone. He really did need it. And he was jacked. And he got on top of Fedor, and he just, boom, 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 he stopped him. And, people forget that Bigfoot, despite the fact that he's an enormous guy, or not just despite, rather, but as well as being an enormous guy, he's also a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Plat belt. Like, legit. That guy mounts you, you're fucked. It's a 300-pound giant person mounted you with black belt skills. And he's dropping these fucking laptops on your head. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Fuck that. So that was a bad beating. And then Henderson KO'd him. And the Henderson one was, Henderson's a 185-pounder, which is even crazier. So he went from a 300-pound man KOing him to a 185-pound man KOing him. And by the way, Henderson, not a big 185. Like, Henderson's not as big as some guys that have fought at 170. That's how hard he fucking punches.
Henderson's tiny.
I wouldn't say that to his face.
No. Not that he's tiny, but he's... Listen, man, you watch pro football, right? You look at those defensive backs, and all of a sudden you see him after the game, and you're like, that guy ain't that fucking big. The way he's hitting, you know, he's lighting people up, but he's 5'9", 185. The momentum's with you.
Right.
That's a perfect size for all that shit.
How big is Ocho Cinco?
Check it out. You
There's
be
something
shit.
Yeah, you were just saying that.
Probably I'll look him up as a fish back at 6'1", 185.
That seems like to be at your fastest. Seems like that's a good weight for those guys, right?
195 to 205, 185. You know, you're a good defensive back. You're 185. You bang up against
188. So what do you think, like, the lightest guy that plays in the NFL weighs? What's a super light guy?
175 in a DB.
Wow.
Let's
really?
see. Let's check it. I gotta listen. There's fucking receivers that'll pick you up and throw you out of the stadium. They got tight ends that are fucking 6'6", 265, and they got, you know, what's that? What's the shit they say to people, like, you know, when they break up?
Whoa. 155. Look at this guy. Oh my God, who's the top?
Well,
Ted
he's
scale
up.
at 119. What's that? That back up a little bit. Back up so we can see better. No.
It's from another career.
Oh, I see. Huh.
But he's a receiver.
So one guy said one guy weighed 155 pounds. Was that recent or is that back in the day?
That guy's strong. But let me tell you something about that 155. That 155 is running fucking right past you.
Probably.
I could bet my life that if they let him play at 155, it's because either he's going to come in one play a game and just do a
4-4-3.
Yeah, there you go. I don't have to tell you nothing. It's all the same shit. That guy has to come in.
Hit.
He ain't getting hit. He's going to get caught from behind. If anything, they're going to grab his leg. The guy's going to dive like Pete Rose. Grab his leg. You ain't going to hit him.
Is this him doing drills, Jamie?
You know,
what is he doing? I want to see it. Looks like a guy running. It's not so impressive unless you're there. I think there's something lost in a video of a guy running, you know?
What is it?
Like, you ever see a guy, like, work out live, and, you know, you're super impressed, but you see it in the video, and you're like, oh, it's hard to...
The ball back. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yes,
that's what I
Oh
told you.
my God, that's
They're prepared for that.
Holy shit.
And 42 is lightning. 56 is pretty fast himself.
Holy shit. Wow. Well, hey, that's what you're paying for.
That's why you got what's this?
Now, this guy, they said 165, is that what they said, James? Oh, this is...
And they tried to hit him. They tried to grab his leg.
Oh my gosh, so fast. Look at that! That's hilarious! Holy shit, there he goes. Look at the diving in front of him. Look at this. Look at this shit. Oh my God.
And college before, and he's a little bit bigger, 5'7", 75. So he can't get stuck.
What happened to that white dude? Back that up just a couple seconds ago. I mean, obviously I'm not fucking commenting. A little bit further before that. Watch this guy. Watch this white dude that's waiting down there. Watch this. He's like, oh, I'm doing this. You can't take him out if you're the punter?
He's about...
So what's he doing?
Some punters don't give a fuck, Jack. They had a couple cocktails before the game. Don't throw that shoulder in there. But that's all you're going to get out of him is a good shoulder.
That guy just stood there. So, show that again. The guy just stood there in front of him and like faked him out. Watch. Like he's running.
Probably trying to steer around about, but he can't tackle. He doesn't practice tackling.
He can't tackle him?
He's
not allowed?
Probably.
Watch this, see? Oh, just faked him. Oh, I don't have pads on. Don't hit me. Does the punter wear the same pads?
Not usually. They have to kick their leg up higher. They
Oh.
have stuff on. They have a smaller helmet too. Less protection.
Wow.
You really can't hear. You can't kick. You can't touch the punter. It's a violation. So he's not going to be padded up like his heels.
Right. I get it.
But he can still trip this motherfucker. I mean,
He can. He's allowed to.
You get 300 G's a year. You got to do something.
Do something.
You just kicked the ball into his hand.
Yeah.
He ran it back. If he runs back to you, you fucked up.
Yeah, you fucked
That
up.
means you fucked up somewhere. You put it in his range.
Trip him.
See, the punter, what you want to do is Let's go to the fucking videotape here. This is the scoreboard right here, right, Joe Rogan? This is the field. If I'm a punter, my job is, you see what that 6-yard line is?
Watch, here's the punter. The punter's good. That's the punter. Just check that dude. Why the hell did I get mad at him? Elbowing. Oh, they're excited. They're happy. Like, yeah. Isn't that funny? Like with my daughters with things that aggressive, you know, like, don't fucking hit me. With guys after they're playing football, that's a good thing. Boom! See, watch. Some guy runs into him. Yeah! Watch this. Yeah, motherfucker. Like, he's excited. He, like, double palms him on his chest, but that's it, like, because he likes it.
So, Joe Rogan, he must have the ball here.
Right.
When I'm paying you, I don't want the ball to land in here. Yeah, he's going to get momentum from here.
Right.
I want the ball to land always on the 6-yard line right here. This is where I want the ball.
On the end.
He's territory.
Right.
Because I got more support. I can get him from the inside. This motherfucker kicked it here. He's fucking doing the 5. He's 5'8". 180-pound. What is going to do? Right. So you kick the ball to a guy right there, and you put it right there, you should be shot up. You should at least recover and tackle him, buy them, do something.
Yeah.
You're already fucked up with the punter already.
He fucked up.
You want to put that ball where he's going to have the most out.
Let me ask you this. We're talking about baseball and all the Pete Rose stuff. You can't run into dudes anymore, and you know, you're seeing like the softening of society. How are they going to soften up football?
They have, you can't speed helmet no more. Like, you go on.
But it's still pretty fucking brutal, right?
The Raiders, you remember because this time you were a kid and people talked about it. The Raiders had a reputation of bad motherfuckers. I mean, what are they going to ask crippled to do? Monday Night Football. Jack Taylor fucking crippled the guy with a hit. Held first, you know, to the spine. That's, did they do it on purpose? I don't think so. But that's the reputation you have. Over
Right.
that reputation is grown. You know, with all the Tuzaks and all those crazy motherfuckers hitting themselves in the head with helmets and all that shit. Does it sell tickets? It sells tickets. I mean, now with all the softening, I don't know, man. It takes away. I don't need to see a guy in his back, bro, with his parents at home on their feet watching this on the TV, taking his body shaking because he just jolted his neck.
Yeah.
I think of that shit too.
Well, I have a friend who went to a high school game recently, and he said, I think he said five kids got laid out in a high school game. He said they just cracked into each other, and you know, you see these kids lying on the ground with their bell rung. So he saw it 5 different times. He must have sick, man. I'm trying to remember, but he was shocked. Oh my god, those two guys. Oh my god, they double smashed into this dude. Look at this. He gets the ball. Boom. Boom. Oh,
That guy's not going home for a couple weeks.
oh
He's
my
got his
god.
helmet back like that.
Yes, that's horrible. Is that him? It's another guy?
It's like the top 10.
Oh.
It's, I don't think it was just put it very top.
I thought they showed him smiling afterwards. Like, we're okay. Everything's fine.
I think he broke his jaw on that play.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
yeah. The helmet goes back that hard.
Well, see, there's a
See
potential.
right there. Is that a fine? Is that a violation?
It's
James?
gonna be a fine because he led it with his elbow and knocked him out.
Oh,
You
shit.
see on the replay here, he's the guy that dove into him. Because when the quarterback slides like that, Joe, they're not allowed to hit him at all. They're giving up their body. So they're not allowed to be touched basically. You gotta let him just hit the ground. And he's already flying in and hit him with the elbow, which also hit him in the head. So probably got fined $25,000, $30,000 for this.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Do that again. Let me see this again.
But see here, since he's sliding feet first, you're not allowed to touch him. You're supposed to just let up.
Yeah, but he's already in a position
It's,
where he can't stop.
Too bad. You gotta have better control. That's what they say. You just gotta have better control.
What do you think? I'm looking at this, and it didn't look intentional to me. I mean, at least you could definitely argue that it's not intentional. I mean, it seems like the guy is sliding, and he's on top of him already. He's got to kind of roll with it. Do you think he knew that he was hitting him in the face?
That one, we were just literally just talking about that specific one. You can see him throw out his elbow, so it looks like he's doing a little bit extra with the elbow. But then they'll get into arbitration things like they also do with some MMA. They'll have lawyers argue some of this stuff out. So what happened with that Tom Brady situation? It drug out for 2 years. They finally just took his 4-game suspension.
See, I don't know, man. It's hard to say.
Now the problem we're having is Joe Rogan is that okay, I go back and I look at my high school. I looked at the kids I grew up for those 4 years. I knew how they practiced. I I knew how they worked out, and I knew how they hit each other. Okay? And then some of them went out to college and did what the fuck they had to do. Are there any of them fucked up today?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. Maybe drugs.
Head to head. That dude head to head KO'd that guy.
So what? You know why 5 kids went out in your friend's high school? You know
why? Oh, Jesus.
Now we're bread and butter.
Show that one again.
And they're not used to getting hit.
We're bread and butter?
We're putting doubts in their heads. Maybe that practice will just go like this then. Just go like this. It's like when you and I go to a karate competition and it's oh Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, this is horrible. This one's horrible. Boom. Look how like his body goes backwards, he's unconscious. Oh my God. Boom, his head. Oh, when the helmet goes off, you know you're fucked.
That's a headache. That's visions. That's Japanese people yelling in the night. That's what you hear in the middle of the night. Hatawa.
Look at him, man. How cold.
Now you need to be a parent and watching this on TV at any level. No. That's what I don't think about.
He's snoring. Out cold. That is. Look at this. Kadoom. Oh my God. He took it to the temple sideways, head to head. Now that kind of shit, is that on purpose?
That's a hit. That's football.
Yeah, that was the shoulder. That's kind of what you're taught
That's
to
what
do.
you're taught to do.
So it's just a part of the consequences of.
Big giant guys right here.
Oh, it was his shoulders that hit him. So I thought it was head
But
to head.
look at his waist, Joe Rose. Look at his back. Look how everything twisted. It's not just the head contact. It's that spine contact. That's what makes them ball together. You just see a fucking bolt of lightning and shit. Look at that spine contact. His whole thing twisted. That's why he put his arms up.
Is that the guy that got knocked out? Was sitting there with the dreadlocks on?
No, there was.
Shitty editing in this video. They fucked me twice.
I was going to show you the next. This is what the alternative to this is right now is just tackle, non-pad leagues. So there's 7-on-7. There's lots of guys running around. I don't know that anybody wants to pay to watch this though. So
No.
Problem.
Well, the idea used to be that having pads was good for you and having helmets was good for you. But now they're thinking that it's not, and that you're going to do things like that when you wouldn't do those kind of things.
Going back to your fucking brain argument. If the brain doubled in 2 million years or whatever the fucking thing, our strength also doubled. The things that we're able to do with our bodies also doubled. Okay, and even though you're a well-conditioned football player, you're prepared for hits like this. You're not prepared for me if I'm fucking deadlifting 750 and I'm doing certain exercises to make my hits even better. Because there's some guy like the guys we talk about, like the trainers we talk about, that are working on specific movements. Like they work on specific movements for MMA. We're talking about like Joey Alvarado works on the Turkish getup. Well, there's people now in football that have said, you know what, I've been watching football for 20 years, and this is the workout I'm implying. And this makes a guy like you at 22 years the strongest you've ever been. 24, you're out of college, you're bench pressing 350, even if you're fucking 185, you're bench pressing now in high school, 325. It's not what it used to be, 285. The national average of this. Go ahead, look at the results of these combines 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and what these kids are doing now. Speed-wise, strength-wise, flexibility-wise. So there's a guy that has broken down the kinesiology of a football hit, okay?
Right.
And maybe put in a workout. I'm hitting you double than what I used to hit you. Open.
What? 930-pound squat by a Texas high school junior.
This is what I'm talking about.
That's a junior in high school?
They've improved form. They've improved 7 foot, 440 pounds. Okay? You know,
that's insane.
We've
He's
grown.
so big.
And, okay, 50 years ago, a 7-foot guy couldn't walk around. Okay, now he's playing basketball. He's agile. For years, a 7-foot guy couldn't put weight on.
Look at that fucking kid.
Look at this.
The biggest football player we've ever seen. Wow. He's in high school.
Jesus Christ.
They're bringing them cars already.
Oh, yeah.
Bitches. They're bringing them women in a car with a trunk prepared already. With guys that are going to shoot them and put them in the trunk and say, we'll see you and bring them young.
That guy has to be a mountain for Halloween, right? No, why would you be anything else? I would just have fucking armor, just different outfits that the mountain wears.
No, just like the brain has grown, we've gotten stronger. We've gotten way stronger. Our workouts or particular things have gotten more focused. Was that what you more pinpoint for what you're doing, for what exercise?
Well, they understand what's beneficial and what's
yes.
So they also understand when you're recovering.
We're hitting harder than ever, Jack.
Yeah.
And guess what? In 20 years, we're going to be hitting even harder. You're going to see jaws flying right off the fucking face.
Yeah.
In some MMA fight, you're going to see a jaw just snap open in a hole in the side of somebody's head. Because somebody's going to be hitting that much fucking harder. You know, 30 years ago, look at this. You know, they were hitting in the 70s. But
what's interesting to me is when you start talking about the brain getting bigger and bodies getting faster.
That dude was a killer. That dude was a killer. That was a killer, straight up.
What's interesting to me about these athletes getting better and faster and stronger and brains getting bigger is I wonder what it's going to be like. You know, they talk about the human brain doubled over 2 million years. Why would we assume that that's stopped? You know, maybe it's just a long process of brain getting bigger, people getting stronger, people getting faster. Like, what's the performance of a person going to look like? It's increased that much since the 1960s. Have we reached like a bottleneck, like a physical bottleneck, and we'll be able to fix that with like genetic engineering?
Well, now they're going to. Now we're pointing on being even stronger and faster.
Yeah, I know, but it's like this is where USADA, like that whole USADA thing gets real interesting, you know. And they're doing a noble pursuit, right? They're trying to clean up the game, stop all the cheaters, people getting popped left and right. I go on the underground news section at mixedmartialarts.com, and like every couple days, some new person's flagged. You find out this guy got flagged, that guy got flagged. So they're catching people for sure, but what are they going to do? What are they going to do when science starts stepping in and improving people, you know? I mean, it seems to me like it's pretty fucking inevitable.
I mean, right now in mixed martial arts, let's just take the UFC for example. If I was a manager, I'd tell my client, listen, I don't know what you're thinking. Please don't embarrass me. They're going to catch you.
Yeah, but fighters don't want to be honest about that kind of shit.
I know, but you know what? As a man to man, they're going to catch you. You might beat them this time.
Yeah.
I don't want motherfuckers with them, but they're going to catch you.
Yeah.
And they're going to catch you at a time when you don't need it.
You know what's interesting? Apparently they don't know how to spot human growth hormone very well. It's like speculative whether or not they can catch people doing that. That might be one of the reasons why they're holding piss and blood for so long. They hold your sample for like 9 years. They freeze it. So as the tests get better and better and better, they pull things back. And then, if you're still competing, they'll fucking fine you and suspend you 5-6 years from now.
That is the fucking kinkiest shit. You're gonna hold my piss for 9 fucking years. What type of freaky motherfucker are you? This is gonna pop in there.
Well, they already got rid of 2 Olympic gold medalists from Russia. 2 wrestlers in 2008. They both pissed positive for something where they tested negative then. They held on to their sample, and now the screening has gotten much better. And they just caught them. They removed their gold medal. 2 Olympic medalists. Gold medalists.
Kids have no fun no more.
Studs, too. You look at them, you're like, how's that guy on steroids? She just assumed. These Russians, man, they have a different thing going on over there. That's state-sponsored. No one's trying to cover that up. Like, that's what they do. Like, that's one of the reasons why they came that close to getting kicked out of the Olympics in Rio. Like, they were talking about kicking the entire Russian team out of the Olympics. It's like, you fucking people have state-sponsored doping. And I think in their eyes, it's like, everybody's doing it. Fuck it. Let's just do it the right way.
So they just grow you into it. It's like,
I don't
you get
know.
to a certain age, you're a bodybuilder. Let's say you get to a certain age and you're a wrestler. At a certain age, they just make you go somewhere. It's like you.
I think there's probably some of that
make
going
you go
on.
There's
You got real
some
talent.
of that going on. They make you go somewhere, and the doctors check you out, and they give you shots, and they tell you their vitamins. They'll tell you everything that you fucking...
Which this guy, is this another one? This is one of them?
2 wrestlers.
Oh, this guy got stripped of a bronze medal. Another guy got stripped of a gold.
If it's state-run, they level with you, and it's Russian. They don't even level with you.
What date is this? When did this article come out, Jamie? Is it recent? Anyway, point is...
2012.
Yeah, there's two guys that they just did it to, from the 2008 Olympics, and I'm pretty sure they were both gold medalists. But you know, it's like we were talking about with USADA earlier. It's a weird business, man. Weird business. But, you know, fighting's a weird business. That's why, you know, you look at that Floyd Mayweather gym fight thing. You're like, in no one other sport would they make you have like a basketball game to the death, like no time limits, no scoring points. You just rack it up. Just keep going. Just keep going. And no, there's periods. Like everybody plays by rules. Not boxing. Like it's a compelling thing to have a 30-minute round. You can die doing that kind of shit. Like that is how people.
Well, that's how that shit gets exposed for real. Once
Oh, yeah.
somebody dies.
Easily.
Can you imagine that they tested comedians? Oh my god, they drug tested comedians. Like there's certain chains, like the Improv, or the punchlines, like chains that have like 5 clubs that listen, we gotta drug test you a week before you come to our club to make sure that, you know, can you imagine that? If that we got to any level. So like this, I'm not even worried about me, I'm just saying, you know, just in general.
I'm worried about you.
Really?
You're not worried about me?
Fuck no.
If they start testing for drugs, I'm not worried about you. I'm terrified for you.
Just smoke weed. That's it.
Yeah, but that's a drug. If it's like UPS, but if like, honestly, you know what could have happened? Okay. You know what could have happened? All they would have to do is say something like maybe someone was really high and they were on stage and they said something really ridiculous and the club got sued. And so they'd say, we now have a no marijuana policy because this guy was on that fucking devil's cabbage and he said some ridiculous shit and our club got sued. That's all it would take. For like one big chain, like maybe Yuck Yucks or the Improv or something like that, they just decided, we do not care what you do in your own time, but we require, when you work for us, that you have a marijuana metabolite level of less than whatever the fuck it is.
So, alright, they would test you when you got the 10? Or did
They'd have to test you beforehand,
So
they just show up at your house like USADA.
a week before you got to the gig, they show up at your house like you saw it. And then once you get there, they'll test you again.
They test you again at the end of the week to determine whether or not you have violated their laws.
Those tests are expensive.
Are they? The pot ones, like from Quest Diagnostics, it's like $1,000, I think.
Which was the one over the counter?
No. You go to Quest Diagnostics. That's what UFC uses.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it's that much. I don't know. Just guess.
So you're gonna cost me $2,000 just to come to my fucking club.
Just make sure the Improv doesn't get sued, sir.
$8 a month.
You've said some very defamatory things in the past about Mother Teresa.
$100,000 a year in piss test. $100,000 a year costs you.
You're a very controversial man, Joe Diaz, and the business that we're in here at the Improv is providing families with laughter. Okay. Some of the things you said, you know, quite honestly, I believe in freedom of speech, but I find it offensive.
Now, okay, so now we got nowhere to run but to go to rock clubs and do comedy.
Well, when you go to the rock club, then it's cool because you're
That's like fighting in Japan. That's like
stand-up, dude.
Yeah, that's like fighting in Japan. Fuck it, I'll fight in Japan. Fuck you motherfuckers.
Hey, you coming in on this election night thing that Stanhope and I are doing?
I don't know. You said something.
Please.
It's like a live podcast.
We're just gonna hang out.
We're at the main room?
Yeah, the main room. What we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the results. We're gonna have like a laptop or something that streams the results, and we're gonna just talk some shit while the election's going on. Most likely, it will have nothing to do with the fucking election. We'll just
Can I
be
just tell you
like,
one thing, though?
yes, please.
You know I'm proud.
Yes,
I'm
can't
proud
vote.
that it happened.
Yes.
No, I can't vote, but that is criminal.
Well, they did reopen the investigation into her
No,
email
I'm saying
servers.
about that stuff. She's been a criminal for fucking 20 years. Trump ain't no better. We're in a bad position. Again, I got no dog in this fight. This is from the
Who do you prefer out of those two?
I really wanted Bernie Sanders to come back. I don't know if Bernie was the best choice, but if we can keep him around for 3 years shooting, and then come up with a fucking good president, like somebody pops up. You know what I'm saying? Like we shoot Bernie Sanders.
The
they shot Bernie Sanders, he would be.
I just heard. I read some New York Times thing about a week ago about arms that the Clinton Foundation sold.
Well, it's not that direct. It's very complicated. It's people who were donors to the Clinton Foundation, received deals.
Did my man Ali North get in trouble for shit like this?
No, Ali North got in trouble for that was when the Sandinistas were fighting the Contras, and they were shipping arms illegally to those people. They were providing arms.
These are emails about arms, right?
I don't know what the emails were about, but there's a lot of them. 30,000 emails that got deleted after a subpoena. And the crazy thing is, people talk. One of the weird things that's going on with this election is everybody loves that a woman, like they're looking at the bright side of things, right? They're trying to look at the bright side.
The thing that's going to be a little bit fucking fair. And it's not going to be a little bit fucking fair. This ain't no chicks with guitars and bare feet. That wench bag is 180. All right, she's going straight to the clutches of hell. You understand me? Straight to the clutches of hell.
Yeah.
Oh, crooked husband.
The night she gets into the White House, the lights will all turn red.
Oh my God.
And you'll hear like satanic music playing.
And Trump ain't no better. Trump ain't no better. But you also got to remember one thing about this fucking moron, okay? Because I've been thinking about it from a Jake's point of view. I'm no fucking crybaby devil. He's not a politician, bro. He was never really a politician. I mean, he should not even be encouraged to do something like this.
Right.
So the shit he's talking about, grabbing people's pussies. The thing that pissed me off the most about that shit, you know how many times I've seen a woman with a big fucking 60-pound monkey walking at me when I'm outside, and I just think to myself, I would grab that motherfucker right now. Bro, when I was a sophomore in high school, I had this Italian girl in my class that wore clogs. She was born on the heavy side, but she was beautiful. This girl could stop the fucking clock. She was so beautiful. But her little monkey weighed like 70 pounds, and she was a sophomore. And she sat behind me, and I just went to school just to look at a monkey. I didn't give a fuck about the rest of the day. I didn't even see the vagina at this time. But through her fucking pants, you had to see this fucking monster. As she walked past, you would hear me go, wow. Like, me and my buddy,
Halloween decorations and senses when you're close to
me
it.
and my buddy Stinky would collaborate. Did you see it? Yeah, I saw it. Right. That means what a pussy look like. Like right from the jeans, it was just a mountain. It was just a fucking mountain.
Wow.
And I remember her walking by me going, what would it take for me to have the balls to just fucking grab it and just hold on to that savage for a minute? Because it was beautiful.
But the difference is, how old were you?
13 going up to 11.
He was 60.
Oh, okay. I get it. Oh, my God.
Billy Burr was on, I was actually on his podcast the other day, and we were talking about it, and, we were saying, like, we've heard worse. We've heard worse from friends that are trying to make each other laugh. And you're saying shit that's not true. And I said, Joey Diaz would say something way worse than that, and we'll be crying laughing.
Oh my God.
It doesn't mean that you're out actually grabbing girls' pussies, but you would say, I'll fucking, her feet look like mine, I'll fucking stab her.
Listen,
like, you would say something, like,
the other day I was someone I told Sam, not Sam Triple, the other guy, Steve Simon. You see that girl? How old are you now? 48, whatever, 50. You're never going to see that ever again. But you ever see like a nice looking couple now? Like he's 26 and she's 22, and they're both beautiful. She got perky little tits, she's banging her with sun legs and suntan. And you're thinking to yourself, this little young savage must be going home tearing that pussy. I mean, you think back to your little 26-year-old in the afternoons, and you take him home and rub him down, and give him a good stab. You come like 3 times, the whole fucking thing. That never happens no more. Like at this age, you look at that and go, that'll never happen. You would think of that?
Yeah. Yeah.
The other day, all these guys look at that young girl. Look at her. Go, look at it. Look at it. That'll never happen again in my world. Ever. I will never see a woman naked like that ever again.
Let me tell you a story about my friend Jay. My friend Jay has a friend who's a Texas oil millionaire. Like, he bought a ranch. He bought a hunting ranch, like to go hunt deer on it. That's all he does. Guy's 62. Guy's never had a kid. Okay? And I think he's been married and divorced. Maybe never married. Might be never married, never had a kid. Doesn't give a fuck. Like, literally doesn't give a fuck. And he, every couple years, you know, however long it takes, he's got some new 24-year-old perfect girlfriend. And he just buys him a bunch of shit, takes him places, and then eventually they're like, I can't do this anymore. He's like, well, y'all take care. And he just goes and gets him another one. And he's like, why don't you come make the new one? But this guy is the quintessential crazy Texas oil man. So this guy goes to Africa. And he goes, what'd you do over in Africa? I was like, shit, we went hunting. He goes, what'd you shoot? He goes, Noah's Ark. 2 of everything. So he just goes up. He stayed over in Africa for a month just shooting things with this 24-year-old girl he was banging.
How old is he?
62.
Can you imagine?
He had a bunch of different bypasses too. He's had more than one heart bypass. Like, he's fucked. Like, he ain't got much time left. This guy's just partying on. Woo!
I think if I saw a pussy younger than 30, I would have a bypass. Right there, my heart would split open. I don't want to see it. I don't. Like, I don't. I'm done. I'm done.
Where would you have the energy to keep up with that?
No.
Like, all you 22-year-olds that want to fuck like rabbits, you don't have mortgages. You know, I mean, all you have to do is be awake when you show up for work. So that's your responsibility when you're 22, unless you fucked up horribly and got yourself into some real serious position of responsibility. But most of us at 22, you know, you show up for work. If you got fired, you try and get another job anyway. You're already thinking about quitting. And so when you're home with some girls, also 22, you got just 2 buzzsaws just chewing up a piece of wood. This is chaos, just chopping through your own young angst, trying to get rid of cum.
It's crazy. It'll never happen again, sir. Never happen again. Though.
Well, it might, but it's not going to happen in this life.
No.
It might happen all over again.
Like I said, I don't even want to see a vagina that's under 40 anymore. It would give me a heart attack. I don't need that in my life.
You know what I've been thinking about a lot lately? Why so many cultures think about reincarnation? Why so many cultures believe you do this over and over and over again? Why so many people think you come back? It's like, you know, the idea that we live and we die. That's what like someone who's an atheist wants to believe. You know, you're born and you die, and they might be right. I don't know who's right, who's wrong. But it is kind of fucking weird that so many different cultures have this idea that you live again. What if you just keep doing this? Would that freak you out? Like, I'm enjoying life, right? But why is the prospect of doing this over and over again forever? Like, what if you had to live your childhood? Like, your childhood, Joey, was a very tumultuous and crazy fucking childhood. But it made you you. If you knew that you had to start all over again, and you're gonna close your eyes for the last time, and you're gonna wake up in that hospital room in North Bergen, New Jersey, or in Cuba, and you're gonna get the whole thing again.
The same way.
You gotta get it right. You keep doing it with variations, subtle variations.
Come back because of the bird this time. That's what they do. They fuck with you for a couple times. They bring you back as an alligator. You run over in Florida. Then they bring you back as a fucking bird with a parakeet. And the cat gets you. And then you come back as a human.
Yeah.
And then you start all over again. And then there's times in your life where you think, I've been here before. Or I've seen this before. Right? Something. That's what I feel about reincarnation. I don't know. I've been in places that I've been in before. But then again, you think about what scientists believe, that life is just an illusion. But the patterns that we see in our mind, we're having a good time. We can me down.
Yeah.
What else? The economy, we're healthy. We're having fun, still fucking here. Like, you know, guys are fucking, you know.
Oh, yeah.
How lucky am I? You think I'm going to sit here and think about fucking Elon? I'm not sure. Is that his name, Elon?
Elon Musk.
That's my dog.
Dude, we've known each other for almost 20 years.
20 years.
Has it been 20? Might be 20.
This January,
January,
will be 6. This January, I'll be in LA. Which means I make it in March. I landed in LA January 20th. just regular at the store factory. Wow. On my birthday. That was my only ever claim to fame in this town. I was here, Sam referred me. I did 7. She told me to come back next week, and she made me a regular. It was like written in the movie. I showed up at the Comedy Store Monday night at 11:30, and at 11:25, I Griffin said, "You mind if I do 10 minutes in front of you?" And that was my Comedy Store debut and shit. The first time you did, you were right to the time. You didn't do it 3 hours. 3 fucking hours. But still, that was, that's what kept me. Super fucking Comedy Store, brother. How great is that? Walking in, staying home. I introduced myself to Saturday. Stand home. Said to me it's a 6-week minimum wait. I called in for you. I had 3 people calling in for me. And he was one of them. He was staying home in a month. And they called me on Friday and I said, "You want to from me? See Sunday at 9, whatever. I have 3 minutes ready." He was like, "What the fuck?" I didn't have to wait till April. Wow. I know there was no one on the list.
We see a lot of guys come and go. You go down. One of the cool things about the Comedy Store, one of the coolest things, is that the walls are like a museum, like literally like a comedy museum. There is no comedy museum. So for us, the comedy museum is the walls, places like the Punchline. You know, like when you go to an older club.
Nashville,
Zany's Nashville, the best example.
Fucking pictures that will make your jaw drop.
Yep. People that aren't alive anymore. People that were really big and they just stopped.
There's a one night on Iowa, you go to rooms in Wyoming, Trimble runs, which are one night, it's different than a stationary comedy club for people at home. That means at a bar in a certain town, there's this comedy on Tuesday nights every night. I went to a place in Riverton, Wyoming, and they had pictures of Roseanne and Tom Arnold, Roseanne and Tom Arnold together. When they first started going on the road together, he had been in the business for a long time.
That's when they were out of Denver?
Out of Denver, yeah.
I thought she was married to somebody else.
Yes, and then he got divorced and she left, and I think she went to Minneapolis for a while and toured with him. I don't know how to pay that.
Wow. You know, that's one of the sad things about our comedy club closing down. You lose that museum. Like, they used to be, the last stop in River Oaks had pictures of Stanhope with that long, luxurious hair. Remember when Stanhope had, like, Fabio hair? Stanhope used to wear an overcoat and he had long hair. And I remember, like, I think I heard they didn't even have a place to live.
Just like another star. His heart got broken into the finals of the San Francisco comedy competition.
Oh, really?
And he went and won the second hand suit and went back and slumped everybody with the suit on and shit.
Yeah, that's where Dane Cook's manager tried to psych him out before he went on stage.
What he said?
Something dicky. You know? Something dicky, like you can something really shitty. Stanhope wanted to win. Watch it.
I saw his set at that time was fucking amazing.
He's amazing now.
His set at that time, he had connected the bridge. That's what put me on the right path.
The bridge of
when I watched what he was doing in that half hour then, when he was headlining his first half hour then, just the way he was delivering it, his presentation, when he was yelling at the audience when they walked, it was all a fucking thing of genius. It hit me so hard that I didn't do comedy for about 4 days to gather up, like, what am I going to do with my life? Because if I'm not that good, it's not worth doing this shit. You know, at that time he was doing the bucket of vaginas joke. Some lady come up to him and ask him if he wants to buy a bucket of roses at a bar. I don't need roses, I need a bucket of vaginas. And then the lady would walk out, but I'll never forget that. He said, "That's what I need is a bucket of cunts." And she walks out, and some lady in the audience actually gets up and walks out. He's like, "Lady, I'm sorry, I should have said cunt, I should have said vagina." This went on all night. People would walk, and then he'd say things as they were walking out. But it was so good that people couldn't take it no more. You know, I was a comic. I loved what he was doing on stage. He was talking about going to a bar, and the G-string was stuck in the girl's fucking thing. It was in there somewhere. I'm not doing any justice to this.
Right, and
but it didn't matter what he was doing on stage. What he was really doing at that time. And then he came to LA, and then trying to make that fucking,
Squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean. He went in, and I was there back when he insulted the bird victim. The guy that did the benefit, he went up there, the guy had the hat on, he goes, what the fuck you people depressed? This guy hasn't cracked a smile in an hour. You know, I mean, he didn't stop for a while. And he started walking the improv, you know. Like on those nights where all the professionals and the Eagles are there, you know what I'm saying? They would put him on, and they would panic. And then Mitzi sure made a mistake. And she started putting that motherfucker on at 8:45 before Betsy saw coming.
That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. Mitzi was, she had a method to her madness. She enjoyed watching that shit.
Yeah, but once you watched it, at that time, and you know I tell you how it is, the show opens up at what time at the Comedy Store on Saturdays? 8:30 in those days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? She would put Doug Stanhope on third. And then he did so hard in the original. They would see him first, the little guy. And then they have a buffalo. And then she didn't really know what Stanhope was.
Right.
She had forgotten. And she put him on one fucking line. You know, the third guy on the list. On the side, they were not ready for that. I remember one particular side, he was talking about lesbians with dick pumps at a softball game. They all had, I mean, he was just going off. And the original room didn't even know where he was going. Like, nobody knew where he was going. You're a fucking lesbian softball player. You're probably in the fucking thing with a dick pump. I don't fuck. And he even made a cover. He's got an album cover with a dick pump. Right. That was that bit. You know, they weren't fucking. I'm sitting back there, stumbling to the gills, confused. They were out of it. But the saddest thing, Joe Rogan, honestly, it wasn't the guy that followed him. It was the two people that followed Stanhope in those days with a lurch. Because the second guy that followed Stanhope was all fucked up. He just put bad energy in him. Like,
Right, some bombs.
In those days, Hollywood wasn't ready for Stanhope, man. I saw it. I saw it at the
Well, don't you
improv.
think that their whole approach to stand-up, the Hollywood approach to stand-up has changed? Like, it used to be, you know, they were all
They had to let us in now.
towards...
They had to let us in now. That's what happened.
Well, they
They
were
had to
all
let
towards
us in.
sitcoms.
No, they were all, yeah, because people were funny.
Yeah.
We could name a lot. We could sit here for 2 fucking hours. We named a lot of people that came to this town who were genuinely funny, and then some fucking suit back to them and said, listen, you have to write your sitcom for these people. Talk about them, your stage persona. And then they went up there and changed their whole stand-up. And you know what? That's funny in a way, but it's not really who the fuck you are.
Right.
And that's what happened. People got away from that for a few years. Our years. 96 to 2004, people got away from that. People still want you to build a sitcom on stage. But when that fucking idea went awry, they had to let the crazy in there.
It seems like the podcast era, and then people got to understand how much entertainment there is. Just people being themselves. Just crazy. People like you, or people like Ari, or people like Duncan, people started recognizing that when you let a guy just be himself, or a girl just be themselves, you're gonna get the real thing. You're gonna find out what's actually funny.
What really makes you realize is how much media does control you. Whether it's music, it's comedians.
Well, there's no venue for stand-up like that except for HBO.
Let's pretend that right now, podcasting has not come up in the last 10 years. You wouldn't know me, you wouldn't know stand-up, you wouldn't know stand-up, you wouldn't know Harvey, you wouldn't know Duncan. You wouldn't know half the fucking decent comics that are floating around. Because the people who are controlling comedy due to certain criteria. Youth, age, and it all has to mix up.
Yeah.
It all has to mix up. If it doesn't mix up, and I'm not crying fucking wolfy out. I'm happy with the fuck I'm doing. I'm doing great compared to what I thought I was going to fucking do. So I'm talking about sometimes I'll call somebody and I'm you're too old for this thing.
Well, you gotta think about what, you know,
people watch.
Well, what can a guy like you do? You can do one or two things. You can do an HBO special, or you can do nothing. You don't have uncensored radio back then. They didn't, until Sirius came along and XM, you didn't even have a venue on the radio. So you had nothing. You had nothing to be you and your stories and all your craziness, where you're free like this. And so there wasn't a product to sell. There was no market. So unless you became a Kinnison or a Dice Clay or someone who got an HBO special or got on Ronnie Dangerfield's HBO special, where the world got introduced to you being dirty, no one was really going to buy it.
Bitch, we got on Joe Rogan's podcast, motherfucker. You're the new fucking Rush. You
That's
also
what we
have
have now.
fucking comedians to these people. They would never even dreamed about going to watch. I remember years ago, please. We went up to the fucking cops, the dude being up. That shit used to bother me because that was how we reviewed it.
Well, they didn't respect you guys.
No.
But they thought because you guys didn't have TV credits, because you were dirty, that I was making a bad choice by bringing you with me. I'm like, what are you talking about? These guys are hilarious.
That stuff is fucking tremendous. I got
Amazing.
fucked up. I knocked out this motherfucker about an hour. I know some people probably saying, Joe, you were quiet. No, I blacked out for a while. I went deep.
There's a lot in that. I took 10 hits of that fucking thing.
Oh, yeah.
And did a podcast with Sam Harris. 10.